Hey guys, tonight we begin with a soft scratch of straw under your blanket, the cold dampness of a stone wall behind your spine, and the faint scent of tallow candles wafting somewhere in the dark. You're in a medieval bedroom, if we can call it that. Maybe it's a wooden cot in a village hut, or a chamber shared with half your relatives. Either way, you're not alone. The church is watching, or at least its influence is. There are many things you might do to pass the time before falling asleep. Prayer, mending a sock, contemplating your sins. But tonight, let's imagine you're contemplating something a little warmer, a little closer, a little forbidden. Because, surprise, in the Middle Ages, even what you did under the covers had to answer to the church calendar. That's right. Intimacy wasn't just a matter of affection or convenience. It was a moral minefield, woven into the very fabric of religious law, superstition, and social control. And yes, you probably wouldn't survive it. Not the cold, not the fleas, not the guilt. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge through your daily chores, aching in places you didn't know existed, dreaming of soup. But as dusk descends and you glance at your partner, you suddenly remember tonight might be forbidden. Again, in your world, the church's grip extends beyond your soul and straight into your bedroom. Not symbolically, literally. Rules dictated who could be with whom, when, how often, and in what exact position. It wasn't about preserving romance. It was about sanctity, purity, and keeping the body as untainted as possible, because anything less was a gateway to damnation. Historians still argue whether these rules were truly enforced among commoners or if they served mostly as spiritual guidelines, sort of like suggested speed limits on the road to salvation. But written laws and sermons were very real, and they didn't shy away from details. Let's set the scene. You live in 12th century England, and you've just finished a meal of cabbage, ale, and regret you're married, which is a relief, because only within marriage is intimacy allowed at all. But don't celebrate too soon. The rules don't stop there. First, you check the calendar. Not for your work schedule. There's no such thing. But for the saints. Is it a feast day? A vigil? A Sunday? Are you in Lent? Advent? Are you within the 12 days of Christmas? Or worse, the days leading up to Easter? You don't have a paper calendar, but you probably know from church bells and whispers in the village. You might also just go by instinct. If the priest's homily was extra intense, it's probably a no night. And here's the twist. Even when it was technically allowed, you still had to approach it with shame, prayer, and possibly cold feet. The bed was a battleground between salvation and sin. You were expected to treat it like a chore, like paying a debt to your spouse, not something you actually looked forward to. Unless, of course, you wanted to confess it later. We haven't even gotten to positions yet. That's later. For now, just remember, being married wasn't a license. It was a spiritual burden with very specific hours. And if you're imagining torches, rose petals, or silk sheets, take a step back. The reality was more like damp straw, the sound of mice in the rafters, and the certainty that God, or your mother-in-law in the next room, was silently judging you. Oddly enough, the church wasn't entirely anti-pleasure. Some early theologians like Augustine struggled with the idea that intimacy could be both necessary and dangerous. He eventually landed on the idea that desire, even inside marriage, was part of original sin, so doing it was okay. As long as you didn't enjoy it too much, like eating plain bread to stay alive. And here's a fun fringe tidbit. Some manuals actually graded the sinfulness of acts based on the day. Doing it on a Sunday? Worse. On a feast day? Even worse. On a Tuesday? Meh. Probably fine. Missionary? For procreation? Bless you. Anything else? Let's talk in confession. And those confessions could get intimate. Priests were often instructed to ask detailed questions about when, how, and with what intent. You might sit behind a screen, muttering your mistakes in hushed Latin or broken dialect, while the priest checked his manual like it was a medieval IKEA guide to penance. So here you are, snuggled under a blanket that smells vaguely of sheep, wondering if you're about to endanger your soul for 10 minutes of forbidden affection. Or 3. Let's be honest. You listen for the bells. You mentally calculate the risk. You look at your partner and whisper the eternal medieval question, "Is tonight a sin?" And they answer, very quietly, "I think it's a saint's feast, but a minor one." You're still lying there, eyes open, tracing the pattern of wooden beams above you, while the distant sound of livestock echoes through the damp night air. It's cold. Your toes are half numb, and the only thing thicker than the musty wool blanket is the cloud of moral ambiguity hanging over your bed. Because if there's one thing more complicated than surviving medieval life, it's navigating the calendar of sin. In your world, the calendar isn't just a record of days. It's a spiritual command center. Every square on it, if there were squares, would be color-coded with what you can't do, not what you can. And when it comes to intimacy, the list of off-limits days eats up over half the year. Depending on the century, region, and local clergy, you might be prohibited from engaging in anything remotely romantic up to 270 days a year. Yes, you heard that right. The reasoning? Holiness, mostly, but also fear. Fear of impurity. Fear of distracting the soul from higher purposes. Fear that the act itself might stain a day meant for divine reflection. And of course, fear that babies conceived on the wrong day might come out cursed, or at least colicky. You roll over, carefully, because bed springs haven't been invented yet, and you're basically on a wooden pallet with hay. You mentally scroll through the forbidden days, trying to remember them all. There are the obvious ones: Sundays, holy days of obligation, major saint days, the entire period of Lent, the 40 days before Christmas, the eve of major feasts, Fridays, in honor of the Passion, Wednesdays, because halfway through the week is holy now, anytime you're about to take communion, anytime your partner is menstruating, more on that later, and, of course, anytime you're impure from recent sin. What's left? You wonder. Maybe a few Mondays in June. And remember, the liturgical calendar shifts slightly depending on the year. So unless you're a monk, you're probably just guessing half the time. Still, you internalize the rhythm over time. Your body sinks to a spiritual tide chart of denial. Now, historians still argue whether people truly followed these bans, especially among peasants who were too tired to care and too distant from bishops to fear enforcement. But the rules existed, and sermons reinforced them weekly. Manuscripts, confessional manuals, and penitentials cataloged them with excruciating clarity. It wasn't left to vague vibes. There were scrolls for that. Take the Decretum Gratiani, a widely influential 12th century legal text. It included long lists of forbidden days and seasons, often referencing earlier authorities like Augustine, Jerome, or local bishops who really didn't want you enjoying yourself without divine clearance. And then there's the Penitential of Theodore, an Anglo-Saxon manual that recommended fasting for 3 days if you had sex on a Sunday. If you did it during Lent, 20 days of penance. Did it during pregnancy? 7 years, and no meat. You begin to understand that the rhythm of life isn't dictated by nature, but by liturgy. The Church had effectively repurposed time itself, transforming a week, a month, a whole year into a spiritual obstacle course with penalties hidden in the bedroom. And here's a quirky little historical side note. Certain saints' days were considered more dangerous than others. The feast of St. Anne, John the Baptist, June 24th, was sometimes avoided for intimacy because the resulting child might be born wild or strange. Which, honestly, is the medieval way of saying, that kid's a handful. And if you're thinking, well, couldn't people just ignore this nonsense? Consider that the Church wasn't only your moral compass. It was your doctor, your teacher, your news anchor, your insurance plan. To go against its wisdom was to risk more than just hellfire. You risked being socially exiled, or worse, medically misunderstood. In some areas, fertility advice came with calendars. Do not conceive on such and such day if you want a healthy boy. As if the heavens were running a matchmaking service with blackout dates. Historians still debate how far this logic extended outside the monasteries and elite households. Did your average farmer really care what day it was? Or was survival the only rhythm they followed? Probably a little of both. Records show that while the clergy preached fervently, enforcement among commoners was uneven. But nobles and monks, they kept logs, literal logs of what was allowed, what was done, and who needed to confess. And so you lie there, half asleep, wondering what day it is, not in the modern sense, but in the moral dimension. Time isn't just passing, it's judging you. You whisper to your partner again, "Are we still in Lent?" They sigh. "I think so. Or maybe it's Ember Week." You both stare at the ceiling and accept your fate. Another night of spiritual celibacy under a collapsing roof. Somewhere outside, an owl hoots, possibly in judgment. The next morning, you shuffle out of bed with sore joints and a slightly bruised ego, still uncertain if you committed a sin or merely thought about one. But don't worry, today is a feast day, so either way, you're forbidden again. Yes, today is the feast of St. Augustine, or maybe it's St. Hildegard's Day, or possibly one of the dozens of minor saints who each claim a square on the spiritual board game that is your life. And according to the Church, the holier the day, the holier you must be in thought, word, and bedroom activity. So even if you feel energized and kind of optimistic this morning, which is rare for a medieval peasant, you must suppress any urge more passionate than kneeling in prayer. Feast days were times of reverence, not romance, which sounds festive until you realize it applies to more than just not dancing or eating meat. It applies to everything, and not just the day itself. Even the night before, a feast was often treated as sacred. So if you thought you could sneak in a little marital closeness the evening prior, think again. The church saw pre-feast intimacy as akin to showing up drunk to Mass, technically possible, deeply frowned upon, and sure to land you in confession. Why so strict? The logic was spiritual hygiene. The idea was that intimacy, no matter how pure in intention, was inherently defiling, not necessarily evil, but bodily. And feast days were meant to lift you above the body. If your soul was a cathedral, then intimacy was considered a pile of muddy boots left at the altar. Take, for example, the Feast of the Annunciation, celebrated on March 25th. This day commemorates the moment the Virgin Mary was told she'd conceive Jesus. On this day, no one was to engage in earthly acts of union. It would be highly inappropriate, as medieval chroniclers might say, though probably more floridly and with added Latin. And if you were a couple trying to conceive, well, too bad. Conceiving a child on a feast day was believed to doom them to some kind of spiritual deficit. Maybe they'd be weak, or sickly, or prone to melancholy, or worse, rebellious, because nothing says spawn of sin like a child born from passion on St. Stephen's Day. And yet, ironically, marriage itself was sometimes celebrated with feast days. The church was full of contradictions. You could marry during certain holy seasons, but be told not to consummate until the season passed. One historical account from a 14th century English bishop records a newlywed couple being ordered to sleep chaste until Lent concluded. A 6-week honeymoon of prayer and intense eye contact. The contradictions didn't stop there. Some feast days were considered protective. If a child was born, then they might be blessed. But if they were conceived on the same day, it was a cosmic faux pas. Scholars today still scratch their heads. Was this rule widely followed? Was it superstition? A theological loophole? Or just a clever way to get some sleep? Historians still argue whether these beliefs were based in doctrine or local folklore. In some areas, it's likely villagers mixed older pagan rhythms with church teachings. Certain feast days may have absorbed pre-Christian taboos, creating a mashup of fear, reverence, and seasonal abstinence that no one entirely understood, but everyone respected, just in case. And here's a quirky little gem. In some rural parts of France and Italy, village priests would read aloud lists of banned days from the pulpit, often with stern warnings and subtle nods to those of you who think the Lord can't see through that curtain. You, sitting in the pew, head down, suddenly remember last Wednesday. Uh-oh. And for those who thought they could confess and carry on, beware. Repeated offenses on feast days were considered especially egregious. One manual recommended a year of fasting for chronic offenders. Another suggested pilgrimages as penance, long, exhausting walks with blisters, prayers, and absolutely no privacy. So now, as the bells ring in honor of Saint whoever, you try to think holy thoughts. Maybe you hum a hymn. Maybe you sweep the floor with particular piety. But your partner looks at you, shrugs, and says with a sleepy grin, "Tomorrow isn't a feast day, right?" And just like that, you're back in spiritual limbo. Because if today is forbidden, well, tonight probably is too. The sun hasn't yet dipped behind the thatched rooftops when someone reminds you it's Wednesday, a normal seeming, middle of the road, harmless weekday in the modern mind. But here, in medieval life, Wednesday is a red flag for intimacy, not because of work schedules or midweek stress, but because it's been deemed by the church, of course, as a day for penance and reflection, and, by extension, not for rolling in the hay. You pause with a wooden spoon in hand, stirring something vaguely edible in the cooking pot, and realize, wasn't last night a feast vigil? And now, it's Wednesday. Your options are fading faster than the daylight. The church's logic here is deeply symbolic, if a bit hard to follow on an empty stomach. Wednesday commemorates the betrayal of Christ by Judas. So on this day, believers are called to be solemn, restrained, and as non-joyful as possible, which means no dancing, no loud laughter, and most definitely no intimacy. The idea was that certain days in the week were imbued with spiritual meaning. Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday formed a kind of sacred triangle, each with its own flavor of abstinence. Sunday for rest and worship, Friday for mourning the crucifixion, and Wednesday, well, it became guilty by association. Now, you might wonder, was this ever written down as official law? Not always. Some of it came from penitentials, those handbooks for confessors that gave detailed punishments for specific sins. Others came from sermons, customs, or regional practices. And since most villagers couldn't read, whatever Father Gerald said from the pulpit became the rule. So here you are, halfway through the week, halfway through your soup, and fully exasperated. You glance at your spouse and sigh. Another no-night. Historians still debate how uniform these customs were. In some areas, Wednesdays may have been treated more loosely, especially among peasants with larger concerns like, staying alive. But the expectation loomed. And if your community leaned toward piety, breaking the rule meant risking public shaming, confession, or whispered judgment over the well. In fact, there's a recorded case from a 13th century German town where a man reportedly confessed to marital relations out of turn on a Wednesday and was given 10 days of bread and water penance. He also had to donate candles to the church, a double loss. It might sound funny now, but it was exactly these kinds of rituals that reinforced the church's daily presence in people's lives. The calendar wasn't something you checked. It was something you obeyed. And even in private moments, it hovered like a scolding aunt with a candle and a book of saints. What's more, this abstinence wasn't just about rules. It was also seen as a kind of spiritual training. By denying the body, the soul was believed to gain clarity. Medieval theologians often equated physical desire with weakness, and so each no day became an opportunity to strengthen your virtue. And yet, behind closed doors or half-hinged wooden shutters, human nature whispered. Couples developed quiet calendars of their own. Some risked it, some rationalized it, and others simply waited for Thursday, a rare oasis in the desert of denial. But even then, the memory of Wednesday lingered, because the church didn't just police your actions. It wanted your intentions. Did you enjoy it too much? Were your thoughts pure? That's why confession manuals probe deeper than just did you. They wanted to know when, why, How? And with what attitude? Imagine a tired father of 5, kneeling on the cold stone floor, mumbling through a confession while the priest flips through his manual. On a Wednesday, you say? Post-feast, pre-market, you'll need 3 days fasting and a psalm per night. Even stranger were fringe ideas from mystical sects or overly creative clerics. Some believed that the angels turned their faces away when intimacy occurred on holy days. Others warned of demons who marked those who broke abstinence rules. Tiny ink blots of sin, invisible but potent. Again, historians aren't sure how widespread these beliefs were. But in communities where the line between superstition and faith was thin, they were taken seriously. Here's a tidbit that might make you smile. Some couples tried to game the system. They'd claim to be too sleepy or too unwell to attend church on a Wednesday, but mysteriously full of energy behind closed doors. Word got around. Of course, nothing stayed secret in a town of 40 people and 1 baker. So tonight, as you snuff out the candle and lay down with the covers pulled to your chin, the silence between you and your partner is not about romance gone cold. It's about Judas Iscariot and his unfortunate choice of timing. The betrayal happened on a Wednesday, and because of that, so many centuries later, you still sleep cold. You stare at the ceiling and count the hours till Thursday. Unless, of course, you forgot about the moon cycle. That's another story. You wake the next morning with hope in your heart. It's Thursday. Sweet, simple Thursday. No major saint feasts. No holy vigils. No fasts or commemorations of betrayal. The stove smokes gently. Birds chirp their approval. And the air smells vaguely of rye bread. Today might finally be the day. But wait, what day is tomorrow? Friday. And just like that, the walls close in again. Because in the medieval mind, Friday wasn't a day for fish. It was a day for fear. A solemn commemoration of the crucifixion. Friday was considered one of the most sacred and sorrowful days of the week. And because of that, it came loaded with restrictions, including a complete ban on intimacy. And not just on Friday. In many households, the Thursday evening before Friday was also considered off limits. You know, just to be safe. The spiritual equivalent of wrapping your leftovers twice. It sounds extreme until you remember. To medieval Christians, Christ's suffering on Good Friday wasn't a distant event. It was happening constantly, in a mystical sense, every single Friday. And honoring it meant fasting, silence, humility, and abstinence. So your hopeful Thursday begins to erode into worry. If tomorrow's forbidden, then shouldn't tonight be spent in prayer? A quiet vigil? Maybe some self-reflection and a humble stew. Historians still argue whether this Thursday night abstinence was widespread or mostly a monastic custom that trickled down into pious towns. But records from England, France, and parts of Spain suggest it was common enough to be expected, especially in wealthier or more devout communities. The church didn't always need to enforce. It just had to preach consistently. And they did. Friars, monks, and wandering preachers loved reminding people about the cosmic weight of their actions. One recorded sermon in 1292 warned that to lie with one's wife on the eve of the Lord's pain was to mock his wounds anew. A bit dramatic, perhaps, but undeniably effective. By now you might be wondering, how did anyone reproduce? Was the population not in danger of dwindling into nothing but monks and goats? Here's where the human spirit shows itself. While the rules were strict, enforcement was a patchwork. Peasants, exhausted from a 12-hour workday of hauling, planting, threshing, and wrangling oxen, may have treated church guidance as, well, guidance. You still confessed, you still atoned, but sometimes you made the Thursday night exception. Of course, that came with risks. A zealous local priest might call you out during confession or shame your household in a Sunday sermon. Passive-aggressive medieval style. Let those who could not wait until Saturday reflect upon their weak flesh, he might declare, while making very direct eye contact. And yet, the irony is, some theologians believed intimacy on certain Fridays could bring divine punishment not just on the couple, but on the entire village. Famine, storms, stillbirths, you name it. Medieval superstition had a way of making personal acts into cosmic threats. A fringe belief from 13th century Bohemia even claimed that unholy coupling on a Friday could cause animals to miscarry. Whether anyone actually tested this theory is unknown, but it certainly raised the stakes for farmers. Now here's your quirky tidbit for the night. In some places, Friday was known as the day the angels wept. And if you were caught doing anything joyful, singing, dancing, or, heaven forbid, snuggling, you were accused of joining the devil's choir. So, once again, you adjust your internal compass. The week now stretches like a spiritual tightrope, with Thursday offering hope that is constantly undercut by Friday's gloom. And even if you convince yourself that tonight is technically okay, you still go to bed with a creeping doubt. Is this moment of affection worth the price of confession? And possibly 3 weeks of no cheese? Because let's not forget, penance often meant dietary restrictions. You could be told to abstain from meat, butter, eggs, or even ale for days. And in a world where meals are scarce and flavor is a fantasy, that's no small punishment. So you lie back down. The candle flickers. Your partner turns toward you, eyebrows raised. You respond with a shrug and a whisper. I think the sermon said next Friday was the big one. They smile. You both pause. A rooster crows prematurely in the distance, like a medieval alarm clock for conscience. And just as you're about to make your move, your partner whispers, Wait, wasn't tomorrow the fast for St. Margaret? You groan into the straw pillow. Back to sleep it is. Thursday night has faded, not with satisfaction, but with a resigned roll of the eyes and a quiet prayer for clarity. Friday arrives, and with it comes the heavy atmosphere of spiritual mourning. You dress in silence, break your fast with a crust of bread and a sip of water, and watch your neighbors do the same. There's no music, no laughter, and certainly no flirtation. Friday isn't a day of love, it's a day of loss. But today, your mind isn't on chores or the sermon. It's on how Friday became a universal no for intimacy, and how, once again, the church managed to turn a simple day into a layered reminder of sin and sorrow. Friday's restriction wasn't invented arbitrarily. It was tied to the crucifixion of Jesus, traditionally believed to have occurred on a Friday. Therefore, every Friday became a mini Good Friday, a weekly moment of mourning. And just like you wouldn't host a dance party at a funeral, you weren't supposed to celebrate the flesh on the day Christ suffered in his. You'd think a day of solemnity would inspire quiet reflection. Instead, it inspired an entire catalog of prohibitions: meat, wine, intimacy, singing, even certain types of work. The closer you were to a monastery, the more likely these customs would reach into your life. In more remote areas, they might arrive in softened form, filtered through gossip and homilies. Some theologians went further, declaring that any pleasure on Friday was a direct insult to the wounds of Christ. And yes, that included married couples under the same roof, whispering in the dark. If God was watching, and He always was, then your timing mattered as much as your intent. Historians still argue whether this weekly abstinence was consistently followed across social classes. In noble households, where priests and confessors were always nearby, it was more closely observed. Among peasants, exhausted from grinding labor, adherence may have depended more on the priest's tone that week than on canonical law. Still, the fear was real. You might go to confession and, with flushed cheeks, admit that you and your spouse slipped. On a Friday, the priest might ask, appalled, the day of the Lord's suffering, and then come the penances, long fasts, daily prayers, donations of labor to the church, sometimes even public penance, where you'd kneel at the altar in front of everyone. And here's your quirky fact for the night. In 14th century Venice, a local bishop published a list of impure acts to avoid on Fridays, which included not only intimacy, but laughing too loudly, wearing red, and sleeping past sunrise. Because apparently joy itself was suspect, you go through your chores in silence, avoiding eye contact with your partner. Both of you moving through the day like ghosts. Even a brush of the hand while passing a cup feels improper. It's not that you're ashamed of your desire. It's that you've been taught to distrust it, to see your own body as a weak vessel, easily tempted, easily corrupted. That message was echoed in sermons, songs, and artwork. In church, you'd see images of sinners writhing in flames, punished not for monstrous crimes, but for private desires acted out at the wrong time. Friday's lesson was clear. The flesh is temporary. The soul is forever. Choose wisely. And if you're wondering whether anyone ever pushed back, yes, a few voices did. Some scholars argued that marital intimacy, when done with love and respect, was not inherently sinful, but they were drowned out by louder, more anxious theologians who insisted that even within marriage, desire must be restrained. It was the difference between union and lust, between a sacred duty and a sinful indulgence. Of course, monasteries took this to extremes. Monks and nuns were forbidden any such contact at all, and on Fridays, many even fasted from speech. Complete silence. Imagine the peace and the pressure. And yet, despite the strictness, there was still space for humor. In one recorded case from 12th century Bavaria, a monk reportedly scolded a layman for being too merry on a Friday, only to be caught humming a love ballad himself the next week. The contradiction wasn't lost on the villagers, who began calling him Brother Lute. So now you find yourself back in bed, the air chill, your thoughts warmer. You're not planning anything, but your mind wanders. You remember your partner's smile, their fingers brushing your wrist, and then you remember the sermon, the warning, the stories of children born with limp limbs or cursed luck, all because their parents couldn't wait one more night. And you sigh. You roll over, careful not to touch. You whisper, "Tomorrow's Saturday." They nod. "Maybe then." But even as hope creeps in, the unspoken fear remains. What if the village gossip finds out? What if the priest asks you something too specific in confession? What if the saints are listening? The candle goes out. The room falls silent. And outside, a bell tolls, marking the Passion once again. You rise with the sun on Saturday, breathing in the scent of damp earth and slightly burnt porridge. And for the first time in what feels like forever, you don't have to check the saint's calendar. Saturday, simple, quiet, blessedly neutral. Not a holy day, not a fast day, not the anniversary of a martyr being boiled in oil, just Saturday. But as you blink, sleep from your eyes, and the warmth of possibility flickers to life. A familiar voice pipes up from the house next door. Don't forget, it's Lent. And just like that, hope packs its bag and hops out the window. Lent, 40 days of reflection, repentance, and absolutely no intimacy. It's the granddaddy of abstinence seasons, stretching from Ash Wednesday to Easter like a holy blockade across your marital calendar. And unlike Fridays or minor feasts, Lent wasn't just probably don't. It was definitely don't, even if you're married, even if you're tired, even if it's cold and you're clinging to each other for warmth. The idea behind Lent's restrictions was straightforward. Imitate Christ's suffering in the desert, which, apparently, included saying no to everything remotely comforting. No meat, no dairy, no dancing, no cheerful music, and yes, no intimacy. It was time to deny the body and nourish the soul. You might wonder how seriously this was taken. Did people really hold off for 6 whole weeks? Historians still argue whether total abstinence was enforced or merely encouraged. Among the nobility and clergy, strict observance was expected. For the average peasant? Well, they may have slipped a bit more often. But the rule was preached with such intensity that guilt likely followed any moment of rebellion. And it wasn't just Lent. Advent, the lead up to Christmas, had its own version of spiritual prep time, though shorter and often less strict. But combine Lent and Advent with all the saint days, vigils, and weekly no-nos, and your year quickly becomes a minefield of forbidden evenings. Add them all up, and over 60% of your nights are morally suspect. Some theological manuals even included conception calendars, grim little tables indicating permitted days based on feasts, fasts, and menstrual purity laws. Want to have a child in the spring? You'll need to plan for summer, and hope you don't sneeze during the window of opportunity. A quirky bit of trivia. In certain French dioceses during the 13th century, priests were known to inspect couples' wedding dates and assign safe windows for consummation. One bishop reportedly scolded a groom for choosing a Lent-adjacent feast week for his wedding, saying, "The Lord did not suffer that you may frolic." Harsh. And if you did break the rules, you'd confess, of course. But repeated violations during Lent were considered gravely serious. One confessional guide suggested pilgrimages, month-long fasts, or full public penance for the especially stubborn. That might mean standing barefoot outside the church, holding a candle, while everyone else enjoyed soup and silence. But here's where things get more tangled. Lent wasn't just a time of no. It was also a time when spiritual guidance surged. The church was more present, more talkative, more watchful. Preachers doubled down on fire and brimstone. And suddenly, everyone became a little nosier about your domestic habits. Your neighbors? Listening? Your mother-in-law? Watching? your priest, asking oddly specific questions about your nightly prayers and how many feet touch the ground while you say them. And then there's the anxiety about Lenten children. It was widely believed that babies conceived during Lent might be unlucky, frail, or worse, predisposed to sin. A child born from such timing might cry too much, disobey often, or have a birthmark shaped like a goat. You laugh now, but back then, that was considered a very real possibility. Some mothers tried to calculate dates carefully to avoid Lenten math. Others didn't care and just told the midwife to say it came early. And some church officials, to their credit, tried to gently discourage the more outlandish fears. But as always, superstition is hard to evict once it takes up residence. So here you are, lying on your scratchy straw bed on a Saturday evening, knowing full well that it's Lent and that every impulse is a test. Your partner reaches for your hand, and it's the most tenderness either of you has dared show in weeks. And just as you both start to lean toward each other, you hear it, the bells for Vespers. You freeze. They whisper. Just a hug? You nod. Even though you both know hugs are gateway gestures. The candle burns lower. The window rattles with the wind. And the smell of fish stew from the neighbor's hearth drifts through the cracks in your wall. A reminder that even your dinner has been stripped of joy. You fall asleep shoulder to shoulder, chaste as monks, praying that next week might finally bring a break in the calendar, assuming, of course, that no obscure martyr is scheduled for Tuesday. The wind outside carries the brittle scent of ash and chimney soot as another day fades behind the horizon. The wooden beams above you groan softly, like they too are tired of all this restraint. And just as your eyes begin to flutter closed, your partner mumbles, almost hopefully, "Wait, is tomorrow the feast of Saint Barnabas?" You don't even open your eyes. "I don't know. But even if it is, we can't. It's the night before." Because in the twisted logic of medieval morality, even the night before a feast day was often off limits. Not because anything bad happened the night before. No. It's because you might wake up impure on a holy morning. And if you think that's overkill, you're not alone. Historians still argue whether these vigil bans were universally taught or mostly confined to stricter dioceses. But the pattern was clear. The more important the feast, the more spiritually sterile your bed was expected to be the night before it. You'd think the church might draw the line at the feast day itself. But no. Some liturgical calendars explicitly prohibited intimacy starting from sundown the evening before. That's right. Not even darkness could protect you from a moral curfew. In fact, vigil nights were treated almost like mini-Lents, temporary windows of total abstinence. You were supposed to pray, reflect, light candles, and prepare your soul. Meanwhile, your body, that had to wait outside in the snow, metaphorically speaking. And lest you think people found creative ways around this, there were manuals, detailed ones. Some advised priests to remind married couples during confession, of which vigil days carried the strictest prohibitions. For example, Easter Vigil, off limits. Christmas Eve, absolutely not. Feast of the Assumption's Eve, not if you cared about salvation. Even St. Valentine's Eve, ironically enough, was frowned upon in stricter regions. One recorded case from 13th century Poland tells of a parish priest who refused absolution to a man who'd admitted to lying with his wife the night before All Saints' Day. His penance? A barefoot procession, carrying a heavy wooden cross through mud. You can guess how that story ended, probably with frostbite and fewer children. But this wasn't just about punishment. The church genuinely believed that intimacy left a kind of spiritual residue, one that clung to you the next day, no matter how thoroughly you washed. If you approached the altar or took communion while impure, it was a serious offense. Some said it invited misfortune. Others said it offended the angels. There's a quirky footnote from 14th century Florence in which a confessor describes a woman who, upon realizing she had defiled a vigil, refused communion for 3 years out of guilt. When her priest finally convinced her to return, she reportedly wept, fasted, and then joined a convent. It wasn't always this dramatic. In many rural parishes, the rule was understood more as tradition than law. But even then, the pressure to conform remained. Everyone knew someone who slipped, and everyone knew someone who paid for it, through penance, shame, or a mysteriously cursed vegetable crop. Coincidence? The villagers thought not. But perhaps the most baffling part of vigil abstinence was its ambiguity. Not every priest agreed on the exact list of feasts. Some banned only the major ones. Others stretched the list so far that nearly every week had at least one vigil. A monk from Normandy once joked that only pigs and Protestants still mate on vigils. And while he probably wasn't joking, you can hear the exasperation behind the words. So now you lie in bed, calculating again. Tomorrow is a feast day. You're pretty sure. You heard Brother Anselm mutter something about preparing extra bread. That means tonight is out. But what about the day after tomorrow? Well, that might be a Wednesday. And you know what that means? You sigh, roll over, and whisper to your partner, I think we need our own calendar. They chuckle. With color codes. Red for feast days, blue for vigil nights, gray for Lent, and green for blessedly free Thursdays. The idea of it makes you smile. And then you frown, because you realize even that calendar would still have more no days than yes. So you close your eyes and let your imagination drift, not toward your spouse, but toward a world with fewer holy curfews and less guessing. Maybe one day, in the distant future, people will ask Alexa if tonight is morally okay. But not here. Not yet. The candle on the small wooden shelf flickers as your partner turns over, pulling the wool blanket tighter. You lie awake, eyes adjusting to the dimness, pondering the strangest idea yet, that a badly timed moment of affection could doom your future child. Because yes, in your world, it wasn't just your soul at risk, it was your unborn child's, too. Welcome to the deeply medieval anxiety around unclean births. You've heard the whispers. If a child is conceived on a holy day, or worse, a vigil, they might be born cursed, sickly, or spiritually marked. Not physically malformed, necessarily, but spiritually blemished. And this wasn't some fringe idea buried in the back of a parchment scroll. It was mainstream enough to shape behavior, sermons, and entire family planning decisions. The logic went something like this. Conception was a powerful act, a mixing of body and soul under the gaze of heaven, if it occurred at the wrong time. When angels were busy observing feast preparations or mourning saints, the resulting child might inherit a sort of divine disfavor. Some even believed that conception during these periods of liturgical mourning, like Lent or Fridays, would lead to children who were morose, rebellious, or spiritually inclined to vice. Others took a more medical stance, or what passed for one back then, arguing that the mother's mood and purity at the time of conception influenced the child's nature. One 12th century text warns that a child born of passion on a fast day shall war against obedience and chase devils in sleep. It sounds poetic until you're the parent trying to raise them in a thatched hut with no books and 6 other kids. Historians still debate how much these beliefs influenced actual reproductive planning. After all, medieval knowledge of fertility windows was hazy at best, but there is evidence that couples avoided intimacy during risky windows specifically because they feared giving birth to marked children. In some areas, you even see naming traditions shaped by the belief. A child conceived during Lent might be named Benedict, meaning blessed, or Agnes, a saint associated with purity, almost as a spiritual compensation, hoping the name would cleanse any cosmic residue. There's also a curious detail found in midwife manuals, particularly in late medieval Italy and France. Some suggested that certain herbs and prayers could cleanse a conception that happened at the wrong time. Think of it as the medieval version of insurance: a sprig of sage, a whispered psalm, and a lot of hoping the priest doesn't find out. And here's your fringe tidbit for the night. In parts of Eastern Europe, some families kept conception charts that mapped out safe and unsafe dates across the liturgical year. These weren't always written. Sometimes just etched marks in wooden beams were passed down orally from mother to daughter. Don't lie together during Black Lent. A grandmother might warn. That's when the devils listen. You and your partner, of course, don't have a chart. You rely on memory, instinct, and whispered guesses. Still, you lie there tonight, wondering, what if you miscounted? What if last week's moment of weakness was actually the night before a feast? The baby, if one is coming, won't show for weeks. But the fear shows up immediately. Not panic, just a quiet, creeping doubt that hangs over the straw mattress like the smell of old broth. And if you think this paranoia was one-sided, think again. Men were warned too, not to drink, not to be angry, and certainly not to desire too strongly on the wrong day. Some sermons even claim that a father's impure thoughts during conception could lead to a child's spiritual confusion. Imagine the weight. Imagine thinking your wandering eyes during Lent doomed your child to a life of poor choices and bad bread. That fear created a sort of moral inheritance system. You didn't just pass on your land or tools. You passed on the consequences of your timing. A child born of a tainted night might be treated with suspicion, especially if anything strange befell them. Nightmares must have been conceived on a feast day. Left-handed? Clearly a vigil mistake. You sigh. Your partner breathes steadily beside you, unaware of the spiraling guilt unfolding inside your head. You want to ask, do you think we messed up? But you don't. Because what would they say? Instead, you stare up into the dark rafters, wondering how something as natural as making a child could feel so weighed down by candles, saints, and psalms. Maybe, just maybe, it wasn't meant to be this complicated. But that's not a thought you dare say aloud. Not here. Not now. Tonight. A storm scratches softly at the shutters, and thunder rumbles like an old priest clearing his throat. You lie awake again. Not from guilt, not from confusion this time, but from something stranger. dread. Not dread of judgment, but of something far more medieval, demonic interference. Because yes, among all the reasons not to be intimate on a holy day, one stands out in ink-stained parchment and whispered sermons alike. Doing so might summon actual demons. In the medieval worldview, the line between spiritual and physical was paper thin. Heaven and hell weren't just future destinations. They were present companions. Angels watched over you. Saints interceded. And demons? They prowled in shadows, especially where passion burned too brightly. And if there was one place demons were thought to gather, it wasn't a battlefield or a bar. It was your bedroom, or more precisely, your marriage bed on the wrong night. You've heard the stories. Succubi and incubi, the devil's little sleepover guests, invisible, shape-shifting beings who visited at night, especially when the air was humid and your thoughts impure. They fed not on your body, but on your sin, drawing strength from your spiritual vulnerability. Even theologians like Thomas Aquinas tried to make sense of these tales. He speculated, with impressive seriousness, that incubi collected human seed to impregnate women elsewhere, possibly with the devil's own influence. How anyone slept soundly after reading that is unclear. You stare at the ceiling, listening to the wind howl like a choir of wandering spirits. Did something just move in the corner? Probably a mouse. Hopefully, a mouse. Historians still argue whether these beliefs were metaphorical, meant to scare people straight, or genuinely believed by priests and parishioners alike. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. In sermons, demons were real enough to name and blame. In private, they were convenient scapegoats for unexplainable things: a miscarriage, a nightmare, a sudden illness. Here's your quirky tidbit. A 14th century manual from the Rhineland advises couples to sleep with a consecrated candle nearby, especially on fast days, just in case evil spirits sought to join uninvited. It even recommends burning rosemary on vigil nights, not for aroma, but as a demon deterrent. And then there were the dreams. The church warned against nocturnal visitations. Dreams that weren't just embarrassing, but spiritually dangerous. If you dreamed of intimacy, even alone, you were to confess it. Not because you acted, but because the dream revealed the state of your soul. In other words, if a demon visited you in sleep, it was probably your fault. You roll onto your side, heart beating a little faster now. Your partner stirs, half asleep. "You okay?" you whisper. "Just thinking." They hum. "About demons again?" You nod. Go to sleep. You snore louder than they do. Still, the fear lingers. Not a Hollywood jump scare kind of fear. More of a deep, whispering unease. That even in your most private, vulnerable moments, you are never truly alone. And even if demons weren't crouching in the rafters, the belief in them shaped your choices. Couples were told that sin invited spiritual infestation, that if they acted wrongly, their children might be born possessed or marked by the devil in subtle ways, an unruly temperament, strange cravings, a birthmark that looked too much like a claw. One chronicler from Bohemia even claimed that a demon lived in his own chest for a month after he broke abstinence during Lent. He described it as a burning itch behind the heart, which, modern science might say, was likely heartburn. But back then, theological confirmation. Unless you think this fear was confined to isolated pockets, consider that church architecture itself reflected it. Gargoyles weren't just decorative. They were spiritual scarecrows, protective markers meant to keep demonic forces from slipping through the cracks. But your bedroom had no gargoyles, just a damp wall, a wobbly table, and a creaking ceiling beam that always moves too much when the wind shifts. You shut your eyes tighter and whisper a half-remembered prayer. Not for forgiveness, not tonight, just for peace. Peace from the gnawing suspicion that you've broken a rule you didn't even know existed. And as thunder cracks again, you think to yourself, maybe celibacy isn't the worst thing. Maybe it's better than waking up to find hoofprints at the foot of your bed. Still, a tiny voice asks, what if demons are just projections of guilt? You don't have an answer, only sleep, and a vague hope that tonight, whatever visits, you will keep its claws to itself. The next morning arrives slowly, with a pale sun filtering through the fabric scraps nailed over your window. The storm has passed, but it left behind a mood, like the whole village woke up under a wet wool blanket of guilt and suspicion. And you rise already rehearsing your lines for confession, because today, whether you did anything or not, you're going to face the priest. And with him comes not only a little wooden screen and a strong smell of incense, but a powerful authority over your mind, your memories, and yes, your mattress. Confession wasn't just a ritual, it was a spiritual audit, one designed to cleanse the soul. Sure, but also to reinforce the church's moral grid. And when it came to marriage, nothing was too small to ask about. Not the timing, not the method, not even the thoughts you had while trying to fall asleep. You kneel on the cold stone, heart thudding. The priest, Father Ambrose, clears his throat. He always does that twice before beginning, and begins the usual cadence. Have you honored the fast days? Have you kept peace with your neighbors? Have you committed acts of the flesh outside of holy allowance? That last one makes you wince. You start to mumble something vague. We may have, on a Thursday. He interrupts. Was it a vigil? You don't know. Was it? Was that the night before the feast of Saint James the Minor? Or maybe the Lesser? Why are there so many saints with middle names? He leans in. And your intentions? You freeze. What were your intentions? Was it just affection? Was it desire? Was it both? The weight of scrutiny in the confessional wasn't just about sin. It was about alignment, ensuring that your spiritual clock was ticking in harmony with the church's calendar. Even if your internal conscience whispered, "It's fine." The priest's voice always rang louder. Historians point out that this period, roughly between the 12th and 15th centuries, saw an explosion in penitential literature. Guides for priests, written in Latin, outlining in excruciating detail how to interrogate various sins. One manual recommends asking if the couple knew the day's holiness, and if they used any unnatural positions or acts, as if you were reporting to a celestial customs officer. Another advises priests to ask how many times in a week the act occurred, whether either party enjoyed it too much, and whether prayer followed immediately afterward. You blink in disbelief reading that in hindsight. But back then, you were expected to answer, because confession was the only path to absolution, and without that, you were not only unclean, but unforgiven. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some parishes, priests would refuse absolution until the penitent agreed to remedial abstinence, essentially a probation period, no intimacy, even on permitted days, until the priest felt your conscience had fully ripened. You might get assigned penance like fasting every Wednesday and Friday for a month, reciting 150 Hail Marys, one for each day of the Psalter, donating a chicken to the monastery, sleeping in separate beds for a holy week. That last one was more symbolic than practical, considering most villagers had only one bed. Still, you'd try, sleeping with a wooden spoon or a basket of onions between you, a comically tragic attempt at resisting temptation. And yet, despite the discomfort, the confessional offered relief. The chance to say, I slipped, and to be told, you're forgiven after 5 cold baths and 2 weeks of no stew. There's something deeply human about that rhythm. Sin, shame, confession, redemption, repeat. Medieval people weren't robots. They failed, repented, and returned, sometimes out of faith, sometimes out of fear, and often both. Still, scholars debate how seriously all this was taken. Did people confess every slip? Did priests enforce every penance? The records are spotty. One scribe's margins include a wry Latin note. He weeps for 3 minutes, then returns next week. But whether you wept or not, confession meant someone knew. You weren't just sneaking under the moral radar. Someone heard you, tallied your sins, and forgave you conditionally. And sometimes, that someone used it against you. In a few notorious cases, thankfully rare, priests leveraged intimate knowledge to manipulate or control families, especially women. One 14th century scandal in Burgundy exposed a friar who threatened to reveal a couple's Lenten conception unless they donated extra wheat every harvest. The case was hushed, of course, but the fear remained. What happens if the man behind the screen isn't as holy as he seems? Tonight, lying in bed after confession, you feel something unfamiliar. Emptiness. Not guilt, not shame, just a strange quietness that creeps in after all your thoughts have been wrung out and judged. Your partner squeezes your hand. You squeeze back. You're both clean now, but you don't feel especially free. The afternoon sun crawls across the crooked floorboards, catching in the dust that drifts lazily through the air. Outside, someone is arguing with a goose. Inside, you're reading a borrowed text by candlelight. Well, reading is generous. You're staring at the illustrations and pretending to understand the Latin. And the topic? Sex manuals, written by monks. Yes, that's a real thing. In the twistiest of ironies, the very same church that warned you never to touch anyone on a feast day also produced some of the earliest known guides to marital intimacy. Not because they wanted to encourage it. Oh no. But because they wanted to control it. Completely. Down to the details. The texts were framed, of course, as pastoral guidance, advice for confessors, counselors, or married couples trying to navigate the sacred duty of procreation without tripping into sin. But the tone? Part strict grandmother, part bureaucratic checklist, part strangely invested observer. One famous example is De Secretis Mulierum, On the Secrets of Women, attributed to a follower of Albertus Magnus. It's mostly a medical text, but it doesn't shy away from detailed opinions about the correct timing, manner, and purpose of intimacy. Spoiler: fun is never mentioned. Historians still argue whether these guides were ever widely distributed or remained locked away in monastic libraries. But what's clear is that they shaped church attitudes for centuries. And not just about frequency or intention, but about positions, moods, lighting, and even posture. For example, the missionary position, so-called only centuries later, was seen as the only acceptable method because it supposedly mirrored natural hierarchy and divine order. Anything else? That was unnatural, beastly, or the way of the heretics. Imagine the scene: a newly married couple in a small stone cottage, fumbling nervously by candlelight, while in the back of their minds echoes a monk's voice saying, "Thou shalt not turn." It might sound absurd, but people took this seriously. One medieval confessional guide warns that intimacy from behind could lead to eternal damnation, or, more subtly, a child with backward tendencies. That phrase alone could fuel nightmares. Here's your quirky fact. In some parts of medieval England, church-sponsored wedding sermons included instructions for sanctioned coupling, as if newlyweds needed a reminder that God was watching, even on their honeymoon. And in certain monastic communities, copies of intimacy manuals were chained to the wall, right next to the Psalms. But these weren't just rule books. Some were also deeply curious. One manual written by a monk in the 13th century spends 5 pages discussing whether singing during the act is a sin. His conclusion? Only if the song is secular or celebratory? So, Gregorian chanting it is. Still, not all monks agreed. There were debates, lively ones, about whether physical pleasure was inherently sinful or simply dangerous. Some argued that pleasure was a divine reward for obedience. Others claimed it was the devil's favorite distraction. Some just seemed confused and tired. The most unsettling parts? The detailed interrogations. One guide suggested priests ask, during confession, if couples had ever completed the act while standing, seated, or outside the sanctity of bed. The implication? Your posture could affect your salvation. You shift uncomfortably in your chair, realizing that even your furniture isn't safe from scrutiny. Is this chair too casual? Too inviting? Your partner finds you reading and raises an eyebrow. Is that one of Father Ambrose's books? You nod slowly. Is it helpful? You hesitate. I think we've sinned without realizing it. Multiple times, possibly this week. They grin. Then we're well-practiced heretics. The joke lightens the mood, but the tension lingers. Because these texts didn't just shape your sense of guilt. They codified it, turned it into a set of instructions, a user manual for loving your spouse like you were completing a tax form. And while most couples probably didn't consult Latin manuals before bed, the ideas seeped into sermons, customs, and confession booths. The weight of the rules was everywhere, even if the rule book stayed locked in the monastery. But maybe the most human moment of all comes from a marginal note in one of these texts. Scrawled in the shaky Latin of a tired scribe are the words, "Lord, have mercy. No one can follow all these." You smile at that, because deep down, you already knew it. And tonight, maybe that's comfort enough. By now, your mind is a tangled tapestry of feast days, forbidden nights, and sin by posture theology. And just when you think it couldn't get any more complicated, your partner says casually over breakfast, "Did you hear about Brother Matthias? They say he preaches that even Wednesday is off limits now. You nearly drop your bread. Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday. Because while Friday mourned Christ's crucifixion and Sunday celebrated the resurrection, Wednesday was the day of betrayal. Specifically, Judas's betrayal. And apparently, that was now considered reason enough to zip up the tunic and keep to your side of the mattress. You'd laugh, except you've heard this before. A friar once preached that Wednesday intimacy could lead to duplicity in the womb. What that even meant, you weren't sure, but it sounded deeply unpleasant. In some parts of Christendom, especially in more zealous corners of England, Germany, and Spain, Wednesday joined the list of spiritually sensitive days, not universally, not officially, but strongly suggested. After all, if you're already avoiding Friday and Saturday's vigil, why not go for the hat trick? Historians still argue whether this trend had theological roots or was mostly a pastoral overreach. One more way to control behavior in a world filled with temptation and not much else to do after dark. But one thing is clear. The week was closing in on you. Let's do the math together, shall we? Sunday is sacred. Resurrection Day. No distractions allowed. Monday is generally safe, though occasionally absorbed into lingering Lenten moods. Tuesday is suspicious, especially during certain saints' weeks. Wednesday is betrayal day. Maybe avoid it. Thursday is sometimes a vigil. Friday is absolutely off limits. Saturday is often a vigil again. That leaves you with a handful of maybe okay hours on Monday and parts of Tuesday, assuming no rogue feast days crash the schedule. And here's your fringe fact for the night. In one 15th century Austrian village, couples were rumored to keep blessed stones beneath their beds, pebbles from a local shrine believed to cancel out spiritual impurity if used during otherwise forbidden evenings. Whether they worked or not, they certainly inspired the church to issue a letter condemning stone-born sins. You can't make this up, except they kind of did. But you digress. The fixation on Wednesday is particularly frustrating because, by all accounts, no formal canon law banned intimacy on that day. It was a social trend, preached by firebrand friars who thought the more rules, the better. And like many medieval customs, it's spread by fear, not decree. You sit with your partner that evening, heads tilted, mouths full of dried apples, quietly debating. Do we think it counts as Wednesday now? Well, the sun set, so technically, didn't Brother Ambrose say the Jewish calendar counts days from sunset? He also said raisins are a gateway food, so maybe we stop quoting him. But the uncertainty wins. You blow out the candle and roll to your separate corners. Again, because in the medieval imagination, even a half-sin committed on a gray area day could still bring trouble. Children born from such timing might grow up unfaithful, dishonest, or worst of all, interested in secular music. The horror. So what was the point of marriage at all? That question did get asked, even back then, quietly, carefully. But yes, some couples began to wonder whether the church's endless restrictions were helping or harming the sanctity they claimed to protect. After all, wasn't marriage supposed to be a comfort, not a test? A few bold theologians began to push back. St. Thomas More wrote that marital intimacy, when done with love and without excess, was not only permissible, but ennobling. Radical stuff for the time. His ideas were whispered among more tolerant priests. some of whom started ignoring Wednesday abstinence entirely, calling it superstitio in the Latin notes of their confession logs. Still, official change came slowly, and while Wednesday never made it onto the Universal Church ban list, the idea lingered. Because if someone somewhere had warned you about it, wasn't it safer just to skip it? Tonight, you light your candle early and talk it out again. You've stopped trying to guess the calendar. Now it's more about moods. Guilt is the strongest one, then doubt, then longing, always in that order. Your partner reaches across the bed and touches your hand. You look at each other. You both whisper at the same time. Tomorrow's probably worse. And somehow, that makes you smile. The rooster crowed this morning like it owed someone a favor. You rub your eyes and stare at the ceiling. Wooden beams still damp from the storm 2 nights ago. Another day begins, and you can feel it in your bones. Today is one of those feast days. You don't even need to check the church bulletin, which, let's be honest, is just Brother Ambrose yelling from the pulpit. The village is unusually quiet. Bread ovens are cold. The air smells faintly of incense and repressed desire, because today is a Marian feast, one of the days devoted to the Virgin Mary, Our Lady of Sorrows, Our Lady of Mercy, Our Lady of the Perpetual Calendar Confusion. And on these days, the rules go from confusing to impossibly delicate. See, while many feast days were treated like solemn mini-holidays, Marian feast days came with an extra layer of reverence. You weren't just honoring a saint. You were honoring the woman who represented spiritual purity itself, which meant one thing: absolutely no funny business. The logic went like this. If Mary, the mother of Christ, embodied perfect chastity, then it was only right to spend her feast days in a state of physical and mental modesty. And that included abstaining from, well, you know, even if you were married, even if it had been 3 weeks, even if the goats were more affectionate than your spouse lately. Didn't matter. Mary was watching. And lest you think this was a rare event, nope. There were dozens of Marian feast days across the calendar, ranging from big ones like the Annunciation and the Assumption to more regional celebrations like Our Lady of the Snows. Yes, really. Historians still debate whether the average peasant actually kept track of all these days. Some argue that Marian reverence was stronger in cities and among the educated. Others suggest rural folk, especially women, held these days close, using them as moments to assert spiritual dignity within a church structure that rarely offered it. But either way, the cultural message was clear. On days like these, desire should be silent. Here's your quirky tidbit for tonight. In certain parts of medieval Spain, it was believed that if a child was conceived on a Marian feast day, they might be born with a spiritual inversion, overly pious to the point of oddness. There's a record of a boy who refused to wear boots, bathed daily in icy water, and spent his childhood fasting because he was conceived on the feast of Our Lady of Tears. His parents, it's noted, had no idea it was a feast day. The priest told them 6 months later during confession, with that signature blend of smug pity and bless your hearts. Some women embraced Marian feast days as built-in excuses for rest. Not tonight, husband. It's the Holy Mother's birthday. Others saw them as protection. After all, if anyone was going to guard you from demonic mischief or guilt-laced dreams, surely it would be Mary, the one who said no to everyone except angels. And then there were those who genuinely loved these days. The procession, the flowers, the soft hymns echoing through the chapel. These moments offered beauty in a brutal world, a softness that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with hope. But for you, today, they mostly offer inconvenience. You glance at your partner, who's just finished sweeping the hearth. They arch an eyebrow. So, Our Lady of something today? You sigh. Our Lady of Eternal Delays, apparently. They smirk. That one's not on the calendar. It is in this house. Still, you both feel it, that nervous energy that comes from trying to do the right thing while also being completely over it. You're not trying to offend heaven. You just want to share something warm with someone who loves you. But the spiritual math never adds up. Desire plus devotion, guilt, restraint, devotion, exhaustion, desire plus Tuesday. Who even knows anymore? Tonight, after the final Marian hymn fades from the chapel, you return home under a blanket of moonlight and misgivings. You light a candle. You sit side by side on the bed. You say nothing. Neither does your partner. The silence is mutual, comfortable, and frustrating. Because this isn't about temptation anymore. It's about tenderness. The soft language of touch that's been overwritten with too many warnings. You lean your head on their shoulder and whisper, "Do you think Mary ever just wanted a hug?" They don't answer, but they don't pull away either. And for now, maybe that's enough. This morning, you wake to an unsettling discovery. No feast, no vigil, no fast, and no sermon. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, the calendar is quiet, blank, a free square, a theological snow day. And yet, you hesitate. Because after months of side-eyeing your own spouse like they might burst into flames if touched, you've developed a kind of spiritual muscle memory. The bed isn't just a place to sleep. It's a moral minefield. And stepping back into intimacy feels risky, like you forgot how. Your partner senses your hesitation. Over porridge, they offer a half smile. No saints watching tonight, far as I can tell. You nod. Just the rafters and the dog. Then let's not tell the dog. You both laugh, but quietly. It's been so long since laughter felt safe. See? This is what happens when abstinence becomes the default, and permission the rare exception. The restrictions might have begun as spiritual discipline, but over time, they reshape your instincts. Even desire itself starts to feel like a trespass. Historians still argue whether this climate of caution had broader effects on emotional intimacy. Some scholars suggest that medieval marriages, especially among devout couples, became colder, more contractual, built around procreation and property rather than affection. Others argue that people found ways to express love within the lines, shared labor, tender glances, whispered jokes behind the barn. You like to believe the latter, that even in a world full of rules, affection still found a way. But affection wasn't always encouraged. One particularly grim manual from 14th century Normandy warned that too much marital tenderness could weaken the resolve of the soul. It recommended that spouses speak only when needed and sleep without entanglement. Entanglement. What a lovely word to outlaw. Still, here's your quirky tidbit. In some regions of Bavaria, couples reportedly used wooden bed dividers, simple boards placed down the center of the mattress to ensure physical separation during fast days. These became so common that they earned a nickname, the chastity plank. A few even had saints painted on them for good measure. Tonight, there is no chastity plank. You and your partner share a loaf of coarse bread and a pot of broth. You talk about mending the fence, shearing the sheep, and how Brother Ambrose's wig seems to shift mysteriously leftward each week. It feels normal, too normal. And that's when the guilt starts whispering again. Because even though tonight is allowed, you find yourself checking every corner of your conscience. Did I forget a minor saint? Did I offend heaven by planning for this? Is wanting already a sin, even when the calendar says otherwise? You lie in bed later, back to back, not touching. There's space, and there's silence, and there's a storm of unspoken questions between you. Finally, your partner murmurs, "If we're still married, still faithful, still in love, why does it feel like sin?" You don't answer, because you don't know. And maybe that's the most lasting effect of all. Not fear of punishment, but loss of certainty. When every instinct has been trained to pause, question, and delay, even joy starts to feel like temptation. The candle burns low. You reach across the space and find their hand. They squeeze once. That's all. No grand rebellion. No sudden passion. Just two people trying to remember that permission is not the same as peace. You close your eyes and listen to the wind in the thatch. For tonight, at least, no bells toll, no feast looms, no saints glare from painted icons. Just you, just them, just the soft, flickering hope that maybe tomorrow you'll both feel a little less afraid of each other. The next morning dawns unusually warm. Birds are chirping like they've been up all night gossiping. And the sky has that buttery gold hue that makes everything look cleaner than it is. You stretch, and for the first time in weeks, your body doesn't feel like it's negotiating with your soul. But before you can savor the moment, your neighbor, Gertrude, hobbles by with her basket of root vegetables and yells through your open window, "Happy Rogation Day!" You blink. Rogation? What now? Turns out, today's not the free day, you thought. It's one of the minor Rogation days, those curious little calendar oddities where people walk the boundaries of the village, pray for crops, and, yes, once again, abstain from anything remotely joyful. Rogation days were originally agricultural blessing festivals, observed to ask divine favor for fields, flocks, and weather. You'd walk the borders of your parish, chanting psalms, swinging incense, and occasionally stopping to sprinkle holy water on particularly stubborn tree stumps. Over time, of course, the church attached more rules to them. Because if you're going to spend the day praying for rain and protection from mildew, you'd better do it with a clear conscience and an empty bed. Historians still argue whether rogation abstinence was ever official canon or just local tradition. But in many parts of Europe, especially in France and Italy, it became understood that no intimacy was to occur during the 3 days before Ascension. Why 3? Because biblical symbolism demands drama. And apparently, 1 day of denial is never enough. Your quirky tidbit tonight. In some regions, villagers believed that a couple who lay together during rogation would bring weevils upon the grain stores. Yes, weevils. Tiny, rage-inducing, flower-ruining insects. It was a practical superstition, linking sin to food spoilage in a way that everyone could understand. So once again, you abstain, not because you're convinced, but because, well, why risk it? The bread's already full of bark. You really don't need bugs in the mix. The absurdity of it all creeps into your thoughts like a slow fog. This week alone, you've dodged a Marian feast, a suspected vigil, a surprise sermon about Wednesday, a confession that made your ears turn red, and now a bug-themed agricultural guilt festival. And let's not forget the sneaky ones, the local saint anniversaries that don't appear on the big calendar, but are whispered about by your elders like cryptic warnings. Don't touch your wife on Saint Philomena's Eve, your aunt once hissed. That's how your uncle got gout. You and your partner have started joking about it, giving each other dramatic winks and whispering, "We'll meet again in Pentecost." But it's a tired kind of joke, the kind that hides real questions beneath the laughter. Questions like, when did closeness become rebellion? Is obedience still holy if it's driven by anxiety? If we forgot a feast day and were happy anyway, would God be angry or just relieved? You don't ask these aloud. Not here. Not now. Tonight, the procession passes your home. Cloaked villagers mutter Latin as they pace the boundary stones. Children giggle until a sharp-eyed nun shushes them. Someone trips near the river and pretends it's a vision, and you watch it all from your doorway, wrapped in a blanket, partner beside you. It's beautiful, in its own weird way. The candles, the song, the shared silliness of walking in circles and pretending it all makes sense. And maybe that's the heart of it. This isn't really about punishment or pleasure or even piety. It's about people trying to find meaning in a world that's unpredictable and hard and often unfair. Restricting intimacy gave people a sense of order, a sense that if you followed the rules, your crops would grow, your children would thrive, your roof wouldn't cave in during the next thunderstorm. And yes, maybe it went too far. Maybe someone should have stood up and said, let's not blame rain on romance. But that's hindsight. You just live here. So tonight, you curl up on your side of the bed, watching the candle flicker in rhythm with the wind. You're tired, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually. Rogation ally. And with a sigh, you whisper to the ceiling, if we're not allowed tomorrow, either I'm moving to Constantinople. You don't move to Constantinople, mostly because you don't have the money, but also because deep down, you suspect they have their own feast days, too, probably twice as many, and in Greek. Instead, you stay right here, in your little village, with its muddy paths and its ever-expanding list of spiritual off days. And you do what everyone else does. You adapt. Because that's what people have always done when the rules get too complicated. They find workarounds. And tonight, you're going to hear about one of the strangest ones, the rise of loophole theology. Picture this: two villagers at the tavern, hushed voices over a mug of ale. So, if it's the eve of a vigil, but we don't finish until after midnight, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Exactly. It's not technically the feast day yet. Welcome to the theological gray zone, known by no official name, but often whispered as the sacred wiggle, or the idea that if you interpreted the rules just right, with enough creativity and plausible deniability, you might still be righteous and satisfied. Historians still debate whether this was widely practiced or mostly the invention of frustrated scribes with too much time and too few outlets. But scattered references in confession logs and marital guidance texts suggest that couples were, indeed, finding gentle ways to bend the boundaries. One parish priest in 14th century France noted in his ledger, married pair claims they ceased before cocks crow, unsure if this lessens offense. Underneath, another hand scribbled, "We are not the Holy Spirit. Let God sort it." There's even evidence of technical abstinence, couples avoiding direct intercourse but engaging in what we today might call advanced snuggling. Certain manuals condemn this as proximate occasion of sin. Others simply sighed and moved on. Here's your quirky tidbit. In medieval Prague, some couples reportedly developed a two-room system. On forbidden nights, they'd sleep in different chambers. But just before midnight, one might accidentally wander into the other's room and fall asleep holding hands. If anything more happened, it was after the day's end, they'd say. We were already forgiven by tomorrow. This sort of behavior wasn't outright rebellion. It was resigned mischief, the spiritual equivalent of adding a comma so your sentence doesn't break the grammar rule, even though you know you're stretching it. And why not? When every week was crowded with prohibitions, people began looking for mercy in the margins. Some priests sympathized, quietly. They heard the confessions, saw the confusion, and realized that life, especially married life, was more complex than any parchment rubric allowed for. One particularly generous friar in Naples is recorded as saying, "If the Lord did not want married folk to love gently on Wednesday, he would not have made so many Wednesdays." Was it theologically airtight? No. But it was compassionate. And in a world where passion was often treated like a weed to be pulled rather than a flower to be tended, compassion was its own kind of miracle. You and your partner have tried your own workarounds, whispered prayers that maybe God isn't counting hours as strictly as Brother Ambrose does, hugs that lingered just long enough to feel like defiance, kisses before the candle was snuffed, because intentions matter, right? Sometimes it feels like cheating. Sometimes it feels like survival, because underneath the rules and rituals, you're just two people trying to stay close in a world that keeps telling you to stay apart. And maybe, just maybe, God understands that. So tonight, you light the candle, not to confess or calculate, but simply to share the space. You pour tea. You read aloud from a worn storybook with pages that smell like rosemary and smoke. You laugh. You breathe. And when you finally crawl into bed, you touch toes under the blanket, not as rebellion, but as reminder. Reminder that love, when quiet and honest, finds a way, even on a Wednesday, even when the calendar says, maybe not. The morning sun peeks in, annoyingly optimistic, as if unaware of your ongoing internal drama. You sit at the table, chewing a hunk of yesterday's bread, listening to the clink of your partner's spoon against the porridge bowl. It's quiet, peaceful, but your mind is already spinning, because next week is Pentecost, and that means a week of restrictions is coming, complete with a holy day, a vigil, and at least one local saint whose biography involves taming wild bears and scolding rainstorms. And so, here it comes again. Calendar anxiety. It's not just about sex anymore. It's about keeping track. Keeping track of when you're allowed to feel close. Keeping track of when desire needs to be folded up, like laundry, and stored away. You feel it in your body, how you sit, how you reach for things. Even the act of brushing against your partner's hand now involves a mental checklist. Historians have begun to study this phenomenon more deeply, calling it a kind of emotional calendaring, a term that sounds like something you'd hear in a modern therapy session. But in the medieval world, it was lived reality. Spiritual life didn't just regulate what you ate and when you prayed. It colonized your affections. You start to wonder if every moment of affection has to be cleared through a heavenly approval process. When do you ever just feel? Here's your quirky fact. In parts of medieval Ireland, couples were allowed to be affectionate during certain saints' feast days, but only if that saint had been married. This created a strange emotional calendar in which the lives of long-dead holy couples set the tone for your bedroom. If the saint was chaste, you were too. If the saint had children, well, there was wiggle room. The result? A generation of married people who could tell you obscure saintly marriage histories faster than they could recite the Lord's Prayer. Wait, isn't today Saint Ethelberga? No, that's next week. Her husband had a vision of angels, remember? Oh, right. So, hugs only then? It was almost funny. Until you realize how deeply it shaped expectations. Some couples went further. In letters and diary entries, rare, but golden when found. There are glimpses of coded language used between spouses. The lamp is still lit. The day is safe. Saints on parade. Not tonight. The bell is rung. Let's not risk it. The bread is warm. Yes, please. Now. It's romantic, in a weirdly ecclesiastical way. The codes, the longing, the shared frustration. It became a language only lovers spoke, not in defiance of the church, but in negotiation with it. And yet, you can't help but feel like something's been lost. You sit on the stoop that evening, watching your partner tie up a bundle of herbs. The light catches in their hair, and you think, why should this need justification? Why should warmth feel like trespass? Still, you say nothing, because even though you're not sure if all the rules make sense, you know the fear is real. Fear of sin. Fear of punishment. Fear of getting it wrong and waking up with a priest knocking at your door, holding a copy of the parish calendar like a weapon. So instead of risking it, you both drift back to silence. You eat. You clean. You crawl into bed. And you dream of a place where the calendar doesn't matter, where closeness isn't calculated, where love isn't metered by moon phases and saint bones, where you can reach for the one you love without first checking if the angels are on lunch break. Maybe that place is real. Maybe not. But tonight, as you press your forehead to your partner's and whisper, "It's only Thursday," that quiet laugh you both share, it sounds an awful lot like freedom. By now, you and your partner have become calendar navigators, two seasoned travelers in the terrain of spiritual do's and don'ts. You could draw the feast cycle in your sleep. You know when the moon is full, when the bells ring early, and which saint's day involves 3 hours of kneeling and no cheese. But even if you've adapted to the rules, there's one part of the medieval mindset you can't quite make peace with. The concept of marital debt. Yes, debt. Not the kind you owe the butcher or the thatcher. This is the spiritual, emotional, and legal obligation you owe your spouse, the duty to provide intimacy, when requested. In church doctrine, it was a serious concept. Once married, both husband and wife owed each other the marriage debt, and denying it, without valid reason, could be considered sinful. You didn't own your own body anymore. You shared it. This might sound shockingly progressive. Mutual consent, mutual obligation. But the reality was murkier, because even though both partners were equal in theory, in practice, power flowed differently. Historians still argue whether this principle empowered wives or trapped them. Some women, especially in noble or educated circles, invoked the debt as protection. If a husband joined a monastery or tried to abandon them, they could demand their rights before a church court. In one 14th century French case, a woman successfully argued that her husband's refusal to fulfill the marital debt violated their sacramental contract. He was ordered to return home and take his responsibilities seriously. No one asked if she actually wanted that. But for most peasants, the debt wasn't about lawsuits. It was about obligation. You could be tired. You could be fasting. You could even be in a bad mood. If your spouse made a legitimate request, you were supposed to respond. Within reason, of course. Church-approved timing only. So even as the church draped the bed with rules and restrictions, it also expected couples to maintain some level of intimacy. The contradiction was almost comical. Don't do it too often, but don't refuse when asked. Here's your quirky tidbit. In medieval Italy, some communities developed the habit of posting public marriage contracts on the church door, listing not only dowries and property rights, but also the agreed marital expectations, sometimes down to the number of nights per month. Romantic? Not exactly. Thorough? Absolutely. You and your partner joke about writing your own version. 3 hugs a week, minimum. No touching during sermons. If one of us brings stew, the other brings kindness. And bedtime cuddles don't count as sin if feet stay on the floor. But underneath the humor, the reality presses in. This debt makes love feel like a ledger, like you're tracking warmth in units, measuring tenderness in saint-safe increments. And what if one of you doesn't want to? What if you're scared, or sore, or simply not in the mood? Does the debt still stand? Church writings were vague on this. Some manuals warned against excessive requests, especially from men. Others insisted that refusal could drive your partner into sin, and that would be on you. You can't help but think how deeply this warped the emotional shape of marriage. Not only was intimacy tangled in rules, it was tangled in responsibility, and guilt, and duty. Tonight, your partner brushes your hair while you sit cross-legged on the floor. They don't say anything. They don't have to. It's not about what's owed. It's about what's offered. And that difference? That's love. Not the love of ledgers and holy calendars. Not the love of rituals and rites, but the quiet, faithful love that waits, watches, and never demands. You lean into their hand. I don't want to count anymore, you whisper. Then let's stop. They say, let's just be. And for once, you don't need permission. It starts with a simple question, tossed your way during a lazy market morning. So, asks old Elric the Thatcher, adjusting his sack of onions, do you think anyone actually followed all those no intimacy rules? You blink. He chews his onions like they're apples and waits. And just like that, you're faced with the unspoken question that's been rattling through every village bedroom for centuries. Did anyone really follow all these rules? Historians still argue about this, vehemently. Some claim that medieval society, deeply devout and community-minded, took church restrictions seriously. Others suggest most folks found polite ways to nod at the rules while quietly doing whatever made the long winters bearable. The answer probably lies somewhere in the middle. There were true believers, absolutely, people who fasted, abstained, and repented with fervor. But there were also farmers with aching backs, mothers with 4 children and no time for guilt, and couples who decided that a little sin was worth a little comfort. Let's not forget the nobles. If peasants were scolded for touching hands on a vigil night, the elites were sipping wine in bedchambers lined with silk and plausible deniability. Kings took mistresses, bishops fathered secret children, and noblewomen bribed confessors with cakes and imported spices. Here's your quirky tidbit. In 15th century Hungary, one noblewoman reportedly requested a holy dispensation to allow marital intimacy during Lent because her husband was so often at war, and the saints surely understood her loneliness. The Pope never replied, but she kept a diary, and the diary suggests she didn't wait. Meanwhile, the peasants learned to wink at the system. They whispered to each other, "Just confess it after Michaelmas. Do it before cocks crow. Say a Hail Mary before and 2 after, and God's probably not watching." Not rebellion, not mockery, just survival. In a world of poor harvests, invading armies, and cold stone homes, people needed love, real love, not just duty, not just procreation, but the warmth that makes a long winter livable. And so, while the church stacked up rules, the people built lives around them, with loopholes, with affection, with secret smiles and soft compromises. You and your partner lie in bed that night, together, at last, on a day with no name and no guilt. You trace your fingers along their wrist and whisper, "Do you think we're sinners?" They smile without opening their eyes. "I think we're married. That should count for something." Maybe that's the final truth of it all. The rules changed, but people didn't. We've always wanted closeness. We've always longed for connection. And even in a world of prohibitions and prayers, we still reach for each other in the dark. So, as you drift to sleep, no bells ringing, no saints peering down, just the quiet breath of someone who chose you back, you let yourself believe it. Love was never the sin. Fear was. The candle flickers low now, tracing soft, golden shapes across the wall. You've traveled through quiet chapels and noisy taverns, across frozen fields and into the cramped warmth of shared beds. You've met people who obeyed, people who questioned, and people who quietly, stubbornly lived between the lines. And now, as your thoughts slow down, you feel the softness of linen under your fingertips, the hush of the room, the silence between breaths. Let your body feel heavy, as if centuries of worry and whispered rules have melted into the mattress. There is no calendar here, no vigil, no saint's feast, just the gentle rhythm of sleep approaching. Tonight, no one is watching, not the friars, not the scribes, not even old Elric and his sack of onions. You are safe. You are still. And in this moment, you are enough. Let the images of the past drift by like autumn leaves. Candlelit chapels, herb-scented kitchens, moonlit windows cracked just enough to let in a prayer or a promise. Let your breath slow. Let your shoulders loosen. You've learned. You've laughed. You've lingered. Now, you rest, because in this strange, gentle world of ours, even history can be a lullaby. So sleep, friend, sleep well, and may tomorrow be feast-free. How nobles hid their affairs in the Middle Ages. We're creeping down the cold stone halls of a medieval castle, not the Disney kind with sparkles and songbirds, but the drafty, torchlit sort, where everyone's wearing 5 layers just to survive dinner. You're here in slippered feet, brushing past woven tapestries and ducking under chandeliers that haven't been dusted since the last crusade. A fire crackles somewhere down the corridor, but it does little to warm the chill that creeps through the stones. The noble families are all gathered upstairs, exchanging pleasantries that sound polite but carry barbs underneath. Your eyes wander. A knight is glaring at a minstrel who just played a love song far too pointedly. A countess's smile doesn't reach her eyes as she watches her husband flirt with his cousin. And a young squire, gone missing again, right around the time the lady of the manor asked to be excused from supper. Welcome to a world where no one says anything directly, but everyone suspects everything, except what's actually going on. In theory, these noble halls are paragons of chivalry and virtue. In practice, they're humming with rumors that would make your grandmother drop her embroidery hoop. Affairs are like mice in the pantry. No one admits they're there, but everyone knows where to set the traps. You tuck yourself into a fur-lined corner of this imaginary medieval manor and let the intrigue begin. Noble affairs weren't just about stolen kisses in moonlit courtyards. They were deeply woven into the social fabric, threading their way through dynastic strategies, property disputes, and feasts that lasted 3 days. And they had to be hidden, not necessarily because people disapproved. Plenty were having their own fun, but because getting caught could mean exile, disgrace, or, worse, a very awkward family reunion. Picture this: a grand hall lit by smoky torches and swaying chandeliers, the scent of roast meat heavy in the air, and under all that, a tension so thick you could slice it with a dull butter knife. A lady smiles across the table at her husband, who is too busy recounting his latest hunting triumph. Meanwhile, her slipper grazes the ankle of the troubadour beside her. It's subtle, deliberate, dangerous. Historians still argue whether these moments were acts of rebellion or simply symptoms of emotional starvation. Marriages were forged like treaties, hammered out between fathers, uncles, and sometimes monarchs. Love had very little to do with it, so people found alternatives. Of course, discretion was everything. You couldn't just waltz up to a would-be paramour in full view of the tapestry of St. Margaret and ask, "Your chamber or mine?" No. No. That would be gauche. Instead, nobles became masters of misdirection, a dropped handkerchief, a coded phrase, an extra long prayer in the chapel with a spiritual advisor. One odd little fact: some castles were designed in ways that practically encouraged secrecy. A narrow passage here, a hidden stairwell there. Historians suggest that at least some of these quirks weren't just about defense, but discretion. Not that you'd find blueprints labeled Lover's Escape Tunnel, but you get the idea. What's fascinating is how accepted all this was, if unspoken. In many courts, a noble's public image mattered more than their private behavior. As long as you maintained the illusion of virtue, most indiscretions were tolerated. It might sound funny now, But it was exactly these kinds of social smokescreens that reinforced the importance of image in leadership. In a way, it was a medieval version of social media curation, minus the hashtags. Even the clergy, those supposed beacons of celibacy and self-restraint, were often entangled in the web. There's a recorded case of a bishop in 13th century France who gave spiritual counsel a little too personally to half the noblewomen in his province. Was he excommunicated? Nope, just transferred. A classic HR move. As you settle further into the candlelit corners of this world, let yourself notice how the darkness isn't just a backdrop. It's part of the design. These castles were never meant to be transparent. They were built with secrets in their stones and scandals behind every curtain. It's not just you navigating them quietly now. Everybody's playing the same game. Nobles, knights, chambermaids, all part of the dance. So next time you hear someone say, chivalry is dead, remember, it was never about honor. It was about hiding things beautifully. You're still wandering through the manor, now with a growing sense that everyone here is performing, not just for each other, but for the expectations of their titles, their families, their ancestors glaring down at them from oil paintings that never blink. It's a wonder anyone had the energy for romance at all, but they did. And they were surprisingly efficient about it. See, noble marriages in the Middle Ages weren't about passion. They were contracts, carefully negotiated alliances meant to secure land, trade routes, or military support. You, noble listener, might be 12 years old and already promised to someone you've never met, who speaks a different language and smells faintly of turnip stew. By the time you're old enough to wear velvet without tripping over it, your marriage is less a love story and more of a quarterly report. Are the estates secure? Did the dowry arrive intact? Is your new spouse's family sending enough oxen for Christmas? Love wasn't just secondary. It was irrelevant. That didn't mean people didn't want it, or at least some kind of connection. And with the marital stage set so coldly, many nobles looked elsewhere for warmth. Affairs, carefully managed and tightly concealed, became the emotional side dishes to otherwise bland matrimonial feasts. The trick was plausible deniability. You couldn't just flaunt your preferences. That could jeopardize family alliances or anger in-laws with suspiciously well-armed brothers. So you had to be clever. A noble woman might drop her embroidery at just the right moment, allowing her gaze to linger a second longer on the squire's rough hands. A lord might commission a song from a troubadour that spoke a little too specifically about doves nesting in forbidden towers. Everyone would pretend not to notice, while absolutely noticing. Historians still argue whether most noblewomen were passive participants in these arrangements, or active players steering the wheel of romantic subterfuge. What's clear is that noble society gave them both the motive and the means to keep secrets. A lady of the court might be forbidden to speak too loudly in public, but that didn't stop her from sending a coded message sewn into the hem of her gown. One especially odd example comes from 14th century Provence, where a countess reportedly kept a pet parrot trained to squawk her lover's name at dusk. Whether this was a genuine communication strategy or just a strange coincidence remains debated. But either way, it certainly didn't help when her husband got suspicious. You're probably wondering, didn't they get caught? Sometimes, sure. But more often than not, These affairs existed in a gray area, known but unspoken. It was the speaking that made things dangerous. As long as everyone smiled at court and fulfilled their official duties, producing heirs, attending feasts, not causing wars, the rest was negotiable. In fact, some affairs even had a bizarre sort of etiquette. Take courtly love. This stylized, performative romance often involved a knight pledging himself to a lady, who was typically married, and writing poems, or risking his life in her name. The catch? It wasn't supposed to be consummated. It was about honor, devotion, and frustrating levels of restraint. Or so the theory went. In practice, courtly love often acted as a smokescreen. You could publicly fawn over someone, and as long as it stayed within the literary conventions, no one could call you out. It's like writing fan fiction about your crush and insisting it's just character work. These layers of performance and ritual didn't just hide the affairs. They justified them. A nobleman wasn't being unfaithful. He was inspired. A noblewoman wasn't straying. She was being admired. It all depended on framing. And having a good poet on retainer. And let's be honest, some nobles were in it for the thrill. Sneaking through halls by candlelight, passing messages under goblets, exchanging glances at mass. It was a kind of game, a very high-stakes one, granted, but for people whose lives were otherwise dictated by lineage charts and tax rolls, a bit of danger might have been the only thing keeping them awake during those endless banquets. It might sound funny now, but these games of intrigue helped reinforce some of the very hierarchies they seemed to challenge. Nobles weren't rebelling against the system. They were working within it, bending its rules just enough to feel alive, but not enough to fall from grace, like sneaking dessert before dinner. As long as you brushed your teeth and said your prayers, nobody had to know. You passed through a hallway lined with portraits, each face more solemn than the last. Underneath one, a scratched inscription. She held many secrets. Most of them were not her own. And somehow, that sums it up. Noble life was a constant balancing act between image and impulse, between what you wanted and what you were born into. You start to feel it now, that odd coziness of being surrounded by polite lies and perfumed masks. It's a strange kind of comfort, knowing even the most powerful people had to hide their feelings behind velvet curtains and double meanings. You tuck your blanket a little tighter and drift another step deeper into the sleepy shadows of court. You're back in that castle corridor, but this time your footsteps are softer, quieter, because now you know that every servant who brushes past you might know 10 times more than the lord of the manor himself. Not because they were especially nosy, although some of them absolutely were, but because secrets have a way of slipping downward. Enter the lady's maid. She's the one adjusting the mistress's corset. She's the one brushing out her hair by candlelight, listening as names fall like petals from wine-loosened lips. She's the one who knows when the lady disappears to the chapel a little too often. And she's the one who's handed a sealed letter and told not to breathe a word. Servants were the gears in the machine of noble affairs. Quiet, nimble, always present. Without them, there could be no stolen moments, no secret glances turned into moonlit encounters. Need to smuggle a love token across the banquet hall? That page boy's already halfway there. Want a distraction while you slip away? The stewards conveniently started an argument over the wine inventory. Historians still argue whether these servants were willing accomplices or just doing what was necessary to keep their jobs. After all, disobedience could mean dismissal, or worse. But cooperation, that earned trust, maybe a coin, maybe protection, in a few rare cases, even elevation. There's a curious tale from 15th century Burgundy about a chambermaid who, after facilitating a countess's affair for years, was granted her own small cottage and a generous pension. Officially, for exemplary loyalty; unofficially, for never telling a soul. But let's not romanticize too much. There were also moments of betrayal. A maid might get caught up in the drama, envy her mistress's secret freedoms, or simply grow tired of being the invisible hand. There's a documented case in Castile where a spurned chambermaid slipped her mistress's lover's letter into the lord's ceremonial glove, right before a major feast. Dinner that night? Less roast pheasant, more icy glares, and a sudden shortage of toasts. Of course, noble lovers had to be clever, because servants were also the biggest liability. You couldn't have them watching you too closely, or worse, gossiping. So some nobles took extra measures. A trusted maid might be gifted a husband and sent to a different wing of the castle, while still secretly reporting to her former mistress. Think of it as the medieval version of an encrypted file. If you knew the key, she'd open up. If you didn't, just another silent servant. It might sound funny now, but it was exactly this web of invisible labor that held noble society together, both its dignity and its deception, just like how a theater performance depends on stagehands you never see. Noble love stories relied on hands that never left the shadows, and sometimes the servants had their own affairs. Oh yes. Just because a maid was smoothing out a noblewoman's gown didn't mean she wasn't exchanging her own glances with the stable boy. Sometimes those relationships were genuine. Sometimes they were manipulations. There's a letter preserved in a Florentine archive that describes a noblewoman's affair nearly unraveling when her maid became pregnant by the nobleman's page. Let's just say the math didn't work out. And suddenly, everyone was being sent to visit family in the country. You step through a side door now into the cramped quarters of the servants' wing. It's dim, but not unpleasant. Smells like wax, bread crusts, and secrets. These people knew everything. Who cried into their sheets, who snuck in late from the battlements, who wore the same perfume as the visiting envoy's wife. And they watched it all unfold from the shadows. It was the ultimate irony, the highest in society being utterly dependent on the lowest to keep their indiscretions invisible. And it teaches us something too, about power, and how it often relies not on strength, but on silence. Imagine it. You're a chamberlain, standing still as a statue by the Lord's door. You hear muffled footsteps, laughter where there shouldn't be laughter. You look away, politely, not because you don't understand, but because you do. Intimately. That same chamberlain might later be handed a jeweled brooch as a token of appreciation. Nothing is said. Everything is understood. You go home that night and tell your wife it was for reorganizing the pantry. She nods. She knows better than to ask. So as you drift deeper into the folds of your blanket, consider this. In the Middle Ages, the truth was rarely shouted. It was whispered into aprons, under breath, through door cracks. The servants didn't just serve, they remembered, and every noble affair walked on a tightrope of trust that ran straight through the kitchen door. You find yourself in the castle courtyard now. Cool night air brushing your face. Torches flicker along the walls, but beyond them, just fields, woods, and the rustling mystery of nightfall. This is where the noble pastime of falconry takes place. Or at least, that's the excuse. Because tonight's hunt, it's not for prey, it's for proximity. Hawk hunting was the perfect cover. Everyone loved a falconry outing. It looked noble, it required skill, and it conveniently took the party far from prying eyes. Lords and ladies would gather at dawn, donning thick leather gloves and wide-brimmed hats, parading into the wilderness with birds perched dramatically on their arms. An elaborate show of tradition and status. But once they were deep in the woods, the rules became more flexible. A nobleman might lag behind to adjust his saddle. A noblewoman might stray from the group to check a snare. Suddenly, the chaperones are a good 100 paces away, and there's just enough time for a whispered conversation or a brush of fingers under the hawk's sharp gaze. It was the perfect alibi. You were doing your noble duty, being athletic, training your bird. Who could possibly object? Historians still argue whether the popularity of falconry in courtly circles stemmed more from love of the hunt or love of the chase of a different kind. Either way, it's clear that these hunts were less about birds and more about boundaries. How to test them, how to slip past them, and how to return before anyone noticed. There's one recorded case from the Burgundian court where a falconry outing turned into a full-fledged elopement. A young noblewoman and her distracted hawkmaster slipped off for a day and returned the next morning, married under a forged priest's blessing. The fallout: swift, scandalous, and mostly handled with bribes and awkward silence. You walk with the hunting party now. There's tension in the air, not from danger, but anticipation. A subtle nod exchanged between riders. A maid's glance toward a tree line where someone waits. These aren't accidents. These are moves on a chessboard centuries in the making. Oddly enough, the birds themselves played a symbolic role too. A falcon gifted from one noble to another could carry layered meanings. Was it a token of friendship, a challenge, or a symbol of affection wrapped in feathers and claws? The answer depended on who saw it and who didn't. In some regions, especially in southern France, nobles developed entire systems of gesture and meaning around falconry equipment. The color of a hood, the type of tassel, the embroidery on a glove. Each had its own subtext. It's like texting with emojis, except the emojis were living animals with talons. You might chuckle now, imagining a lovesick baron carving initials into a hawk's perch. But in those days, every gesture mattered. It might sound funny now, but these coded behaviors laid the foundation for how we understand covert communication. From secret codes to military signals, it all traces back to these small, silent negotiations in the forest. And let's not forget the horses. Oh, the horses. Ever noticed how often noble romances involve horseback rides? It wasn't just practical, it was tactical. A lady might ride side saddle next to a visiting knight, their knees nearly touching. The rhythm of hooves offering just enough distraction to allow words unfit for court to slip out. In fact, one 13th century manual on horsemanship even advised that a rider ought to mind his posture, lest he appear clumsy before noblewomen. Subtext: don't mess up your flirting with poor saddle control. You move deeper into the woods now. Hooves, muffled by soft moss. The hunting party spreads out. Somewhere, a falcon screeches and lifts off, more theatrics than function. A rider disappears behind a tree. Another follows. You feel it again. That hush. That sense that beneath the ceremony and protocol, something very human is happening. Risk, want, and a desperate need to hide it all behind feathered ritual. So when you picture falconry from now on, don't just imagine nobles in pointy hats yelling tally-ho. Picture the tension, the sidelong glances, the quiet rendezvous beneath the branches while everyone else pretends not to notice. Picture the falcons, staring with judging eyes, possibly the only creatures who ever saw everything and said nothing. And as you settle into your blanket again, perhaps let your thoughts drift like a hawk in lazy circles, looking down on the strange dance of humans below, always hiding, always hoping, and always pretending the hunt is just for sport. Now you step into the quiet stillness of a chapel. The air is cool, scented faintly with beeswax and old wood. You hear the soft creak of pews, the low murmur of prayer, words half whispered, half hidden. The stones seem to absorb sound here, and secrets. Because while noble affairs needed discretion, they also needed a confidant, someone who wouldn't judge, someone bound by vows, someone behind a lattice screen, draped in incense smoke and divine authority. Enter the priest. To be clear, not every medieval priest was corrupt. But when it came to noble confessions, let's just say the line between forgiveness and favor could get blurry. Especially if you happen to be a young, attractive noblewoman with a guilty conscience and an overly poetic explanation for why the stable boy was in the solar again. Confession booths weren't yet the little wooden closets we picture today. They were often just quiet corners of the church, draped in fabric, where you knelt on a cold floor and murmured your sins into the air. And depending on who heard them, they might stay locked away forever or suddenly become valuable currency. Historians still argue whether confessors were more complicit than reluctant. Some may have tried to steer their noble penitents back toward virtue. Others, more ambitious or cynical, realized early on that information was power. A priest who knew who was sneaking into whose chamber after Vespers might find himself rewarded with land, titles, or, at the very least, a better dinner invitation. But not all priests played both sides. Some truly believed in the spiritual importance of what they heard. There's a lovely, if slightly strange example from 12th century Wales, where a parish priest began anonymously writing romantic poetry about two nobles he knew were secretly involved, expressing their love on behalf of God's forgiveness, either a heartfelt move or a very awkward attempt at matchmaking. And then there were the traveling confessors. These holy men were often attached to noble households, not unlike tutors or stewards. They'd accompany the family on journeys, oversee religious observances, and conveniently be present to smooth over the occasional lapse in marital fidelity. Imagine bringing your therapist with you on vacation, but in robes and with slightly more Latin. One of the sneakiest tools in this whole setup was spiritual language. If a nobleman wanted to meet his lover, he might arrange a shared pilgrimage. If a noblewoman lingered too long in the confessional, it was chalked up to her exceptional piety. This is how you turn a rendezvous into a religious retreat with a few well-placed prayers and some creative scheduling. It might sound funny now, But this blurring of spiritual and social lines laid the groundwork for how people later used institutions to shield private behavior. It's not just medieval, it's modern. Just swap confession booth with executive retreat, and the mechanics are alarmingly similar. Of course, it wasn't always safe. One story, half legend, half recorded, tells of a French abbess who helped a noble couple exchange letters through coded sermons. For months, they communicated using metaphors tucked inside Sunday readings. The dove returns to the window at dawn meant a secret meeting in the West Garden. The vineyard awaits pruning was, well, use your imagination. It ended, predictably, in scandal, but not before 3 of the household servants tried to copy the technique for their own flirtations, which, bless them, just confused the heck out of everyone. You sit now on a cold chapel bench, candlelight flickering along stained glass saints. You wonder how many quiet confessions soaked into the floor beneath you. How many trembling voices asked not for forgiveness, but for understanding or safety. Some nobles weren't even seeking absolution. They used confession time as a moment of strategy. If I tell Father Bertram that I'm only thinking about sneaking off with Lady Elodie, it doesn't count, right? And Father Bertram, chewing his lip, muttering prayers, wondering whether he should mention that he saw Lady Elodie hiding a letter in a book of Psalms last Thursday. The clergy, in many ways, became intermediaries in noble affairs, not just spiritually, but logistically. They arranged false meetings, escorted couples under the guise of supervision, even wrote poetic defenses in case anyone got caught. They were enablers, sometimes intentionally, sometimes out of sheer exhaustion. And yet, they were trusted, because breaking the seal of confession was unthinkable, in theory. So, as you rest here, in this imaginary chapel of quiet breathing and flickering shadows, reflect on the strange comfort people took in confessing their chaos to someone they knew couldn't or wouldn't tell. A medieval loophole wrapped in scripture. Whispers float upward here. The stone arches hear them, hold them, never quite forget them, just like you. Now, you drift through a castle garden, the air sweet with night-blooming herbs. A breeze nudges branches above, and somewhere in the hedges, a nightingale insists on its solo. This isn't just a garden, though. This is a hortus conclusus, a closed garden. And no, it's not just about gardening. In the Middle Ages, the closed garden was more than a collection of herbs and roses surrounded by stone walls. It was a symbol of purity, of womanhood, of secrecy, and of romance, especially forbidden romance. Picture high stone walls, a wooden gate just barely cracked open, vines curling around a carved bench where a noble woman just happens to be reading a book of Psalms. In a culture where women were watched like hawks and physical privacy was a fantasy, the walled garden became a rare pocket of semi-solitude and opportunity. A nobleman might offer to bring rare seeds, saffron or lemon balm, from the market. A lady might mention she's watering the southern beds just before dusk. Suddenly, you've got a rendezvous masked as horticulture. Historians still argue whether hortus conclusus were truly private or simply symbolic, a place to imagine intimacy more than enact it. But documented letters hint that real-life secret meetings absolutely happened there. One Italian noblewoman in the 15th century was caught hiding not just a love letter, but the lover himself, in a hollowed-out beehive box beneath a bed of thyme. Honestly, 10 points for creativity. What makes the garden such a curious site for noble affairs is how it blends innocence with suggestion. Medieval poems gush about flowers opening, bees buzzing, fountains flowing. You get the picture. But all of it wrapped in religious symbolism so thick you could swear it was chaste. Wink? The lady and the unicorn tapestries? Oh, they weren't just pretty wall hangings. Many scholars believe they were full of romantic allegory. The unicorn was often a metaphor for the male lover, and the lady, well, you know. But because everything was framed as courtly devotion or spiritual longing, you could get away with a lot. And it might sound funny now, but this coded layering is the foundation of so much of our romantic literature today. From Shakespeare's gardens to Jane Austen's hedgerows, the tradition of meeting in greenery, under the guise of purity, has deep medieval roots. You wander the hedged path now, stones crunching gently underfoot. A bench appears under an arched trellis. A handkerchief rests there, embroidered with an unfamiliar crest. Was it dropped or left? Either way, someone is definitely meeting someone here after Compline. There were other tricks too. A noblewoman might feign illness and request air and solitude. A nobleman might offer to help repair the irrigation system, a task he likely knew nothing about. And a trusted maid, perhaps the same one from earlier, would know to walk loudly around the corner whenever voices got too soft. One peculiar historical footnote. In some Benedictine convents, nuns were given enclosed gardens for prayer and reflection. Records from a 14th century abbey in Ghent suggest that a bishop ordered extra thorns planted along the fence after unauthorized visitors were found in the herb plots. What were they looking for? God? Or someone a bit more charming? And let's not forget the poetry. Courtly love poets adored garden imagery. Roses were rarely just roses. A wandering bee was rarely just a bee. You read it now and think, wow, this is subtle. But for a noble couple trying to communicate under watchful eyes, it was a lifeline. A coded diary in verse. You can still feel that tension here. The garden is soft and shadowy, but beneath the sweetness lurks risk. If someone walked through that gate right now, what would they see? A stroll or a scandal? It all depended on timing. And the gardeners. Yes, even gardeners had their role. A well-timed, accidental pruning could buy a couple 3 minutes alone. A strategically placed rose bush could block a window's view. And don't even get started on those labyrinth gardens, half entertainment, half privacy screen. So as you rest on your imaginary garden bench tonight, wrapped in blanket and metaphor, let the scent of lavender and danger lull you. Here, among the ivy and ancient stone, secrets bloom just as freely as flowers. Now, the garden fades behind you, replaced by the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the roar of a crowd. You're standing beside a tournament field, plumes swaying, banners snapping in the breeze, and nobles leaning dramatically over wooden railings. But this isn't just about combat. This is theater, and for some, it's the most daring romantic gesture of all. Because here in the tilt yard, beneath all the armor and pomp, courtly love gets its most public stage. The tournament wasn't just a place to show off swordplay. It was where a knight could declare loyalty to a lady, often by wearing her colors, brandishing her handkerchief on his lance, or dedicating a bout to her beauty. And of course, Everyone pretended it was just symbolic. But let's be real. When a knight rode into the ring with a lady's token fluttering from his helm, it wasn't because he admired her embroidery skills. Sometimes, this display was entirely innocent, a kind of cosplay of courtly ideals. But sometimes, it was a code. If Sir Guilhem of Nowheresville kept dedicating his victories to Lady Anne of definitely married to someone else, eyebrows would raise, whispered glances would fly, and a certain husband might suddenly start practicing swordplay more aggressively than usual. Historians still argue whether these public dedications were serious or merely part of the cultural game of flirtation. After all, not every knight who bowed to a lady intended to meet her under a hedge later that night. But enough of them did that it became a whole trope, and a risky one. There's a wonderfully messy case from 14th century Navarre, where a young knight dedicated every single tournament round to a particular baroness, until one day, mysteriously, she started sending tokens to another man. The first knight withdrew from the contest claiming a sprained wrist, though records suggest it was more of a bruised ego. You're seated now in the shaded gallery among velvet cushions and powdered nobles, watching the tilt begin. A trumpet sounds. The two knights lower their lances. One of them has a blue ribbon tied to his elbow, just visible. The lady across from you tilts her head slightly. No one else reacts. But you know, that's no accident. What makes tournaments so delightfully theatrical is the plausible deniability. You can flirt with someone in full view of the court, as long as you call it chivalric devotion. Just be prepared for a few bruised ribs and some very loaded poetry later. And the poetry. Oh, it always followed. Troubadours would compose elaborate ballads about the Knight of the Blue Veil or the Lady of the Ivory Tower, using flowery metaphors to veil what everyone already suspected. Sometimes the poetry was the affair. A noblewoman might fall in love with the idea of a man more than the man himself, swept away by sonnets and musical oaths delivered by moonlight. It might sound funny now, but these tournaments were like medieval social media, full of curated appearances, performance, and calculated displays of affection. The real feelings might be buried, but the symbols, loud and proud. Now and then, things got messy. If two knights fought for the same lady's favor and took the whole thing a bit too seriously, you'd have what the chroniclers politely called a dispute of honor, which is just a fancy way of saying someone brought a dagger to what was supposed to be a poem off. One of the stranger traditions was the champion's vow, where a knight would swear to perform great deeds for a lady, sometimes traveling across countries or fighting symbolic enemies, all in her name. It was part devotion, part ego trip, and very occasionally a convenient excuse to leave court for a while when things got too hot romantically or politically. And then there's the role of the audience. Nobles loved to gossip, and tournaments gave them content. Was Lady Juliet's blush a little too rosy when that knight bowed? Did Count Renard smile too broadly when the herald announced the fairest flower of Flanders had sent him a garter? It was like binge-watching a soap opera, live, with falcons. You turned now to leave the arena, stepping out of the sunlight and into the cool echo of stone corridors once again. But the noise of the crowd lingers in your ears, the cheers, the gasps, the murmured innuendos. Because in these tournaments, Every clash of lance and every fluttering token was a signal, a message, a gamble. And just like today, the audience couldn't look away. Back in the hush of the castle interior, you find yourself following a narrow corridor, ducking under low beams and squeezing past tapestries that hang just a bit too close. A flicker of candlelight leads you into a solar, the private room where noblewomen embroidered, gossiped, and, on occasion, composed letters that absolutely no one was supposed to read. Ah, yes, the love letter, that dainty little bombshell dressed in parchment and wax. In the Middle Ages, written correspondence was both an art and a weapon. For noble lovers, it was the thread that held their hidden world together. A hastily scribbled Latin phrase tucked into a psalter, a pressed violet enclosed with a barely legible poem, a single line written in lemon juice, only visible when warmed. Sound romantic? Now imagine the panic when that letter falls into the wrong hands. Because that happened. A lot. Historians still argue whether most intercepted letters were found by accident or snooped out by design. Either way, they were dangerous. One misplaced envelope could start a feud, cancel a marriage alliance, or send someone to a quiet but suspiciously remote monastery for reflection. And it wasn't just the content that mattered, it was the implications. Even an innocent line like, "May your thoughts return to me at matins," could be read two ways, especially if it was folded into a silk glove that didn't belong to the recipient's spouse. To protect themselves, noble lovers developed a whole lexicon of codes and cues. A stormy evening might mean a jealous husband. Plucking roses could refer to an arranged meeting. Entire love lives unfolded through metaphors borrowed from gardens, music, animals, anything but direct language. And it might sound funny now, but this linguistic dance helped shape what we now call euphemism. Those polite phrases we still use today: seeing someone, in a situation, had a thing. They have surprisingly medieval DNA. Of course, sealing the letter was a drama in itself. You had to use just the right wax, preferably in your family's colors, and imprint it with your signet ring. That way, the recipient would know it was real, or forged, or both. There are entire chronicles of forgery scandals involving switched seals and falsified messages. A particularly bold case in Milan involved a nobleman who sent fake love letters between two rivals, just to watch their reputations unravel. Petty? Absolutely. Effective? Devastating. You're in a candlelit chamber now, standing over a writing desk. Quills rest in inkwells, parchment lies askew, and a tiny folded note smells faintly of lavender. There's no name, of course, just a symbol drawn in the corner, a dove with a ribbon in its beak. To anyone else, it's charming. But to the right pair of eyes, it says, "Tonight, West Tower. After prayers, delivery." Naturally, was part of the challenge. Who could you trust? A page? A maid? The blind harpist, who always seemed to be walking the wrong way down the gallery? Sometimes, lovers got creative. A letter might be hidden in a hollowed-out bread loaf, sewn into a tunic hem, or slipped inside a book of saints, strategically open to Saint Valentine. Naturally, one noblewoman in Bavaria reportedly sent messages using her hunting falcon, which may sound elegant until you consider that once, the bird dropped a particularly juicy confession right in front of her father-in-law's tent. Oops. Then there were the copyists. Yes, sometimes lovers didn't write their own letters. They hired scribes, educated men who could cloak raw emotion in just enough Latin to make it seem scholarly. Imagine outsourcing your I miss you texts to a calligrapher, and sometimes these scribes read what they wrote and maybe kept copies, which is how we ended up with a few of these gems in dusty archives centuries later. A favorite example? A 13th century nobleman wrote to his married lover, "My heart is a hawk that knows only your glove," which is beautiful and also vaguely unsettling. You pause, wondering how many such letters never made it, burned, lost, buried under floorboards during a surprise visit. It's estimated that for every one love letter we found from this period, hundreds were destroyed intentionally, proof of feelings too risky to be preserved. But not always. Some lovers kept them, hid them in lockboxes, pressed them into books, carried them into exile. The letters became relics of something unspoken, but deeply real. Even if the relationship ended, the words often outlived the passion. As you curl deeper into your blanket, feel the weight of those unspoken sentiments, the trembling hand on the parchment, the heart that beat faster at a familiar seal, the long wait for a reply that might never come. Love, in those days, wasn't instant. It was handwritten and always at risk. You blink, and the candlelight changes. Now you're in a high-ceilinged hall draped in gold-threaded tapestries. The air is thick with incense, roasted meats, and something harder to place, anticipation. A bell chimes in the distance. Mask night has begun. Masquerades. The medieval version of plausible deniability wrapped in velvet and mystery. Everyone loved them, especially the nobles. Because what better way to say something scandalous or meet someone forbidden than while wearing a bird mask and pretending you were someone else? Masks were lavish affairs, often hosted to celebrate weddings, births, or holy days. But beneath the religious or diplomatic gloss, they were also, let's be honest, a very sophisticated excuse to flirt. Hard. Imagine it. You sweep into the great hall wearing a costume laced with pearls. No one can see your face beneath your lion mask, but your eyes scan the room for one particular figure. A swan, a unicorn, a jester. You find them. A spark jumps across the space between you, hidden entirely under civility and silk. The rules of the mask were simple. Anonymity is power. You could speak freely, so long as your voice didn't give you away. You could dance with someone inappropriate, so long as you maintained your disguise. You could even switch costumes mid-evening if things got complicated. Historians still argue whether these costume swaps were planned or spontaneous. But let's just say there are plenty of records of noblemen mysteriously disappearing halfway through the evening and reappearing in simpler attire, which gave them, conveniently, a second chance to flirt with someone they weren't supposed to notice the first time around. Sometimes couples use the mask to send messages. A noblewoman might wear a garland that matched the color of a lover's family crest. A knight might carve a single line into his wooden mask, something only one person in the room would recognize. It might sound funny now, but these coded signals were the Snapchat filters of their day. Easy to apply, easy to misread, and full of drama. And the switching. Oh, the chaos. Noblemen would swap outfits with their squires. Ladies would trade masks with maids. There's a fantastic case from Bohemia in the 15th century where a duke unknowingly flirted with his own wife all evening. thinking she was a visiting duchess. She, for her part, pretended not to recognize him. And the resulting poetry he wrote the next day is hilariously earnest. Of course, it didn't always end in laughter. One masquerade in Paris ended with a duel after a countess was seen slipping away with a masked figure who was not her husband. Problem is, both men were wearing the same costume. The next morning, two black eyes, one very confused troubadour, and an official apology from the king. The drama was real, but the intentions were subtle. You didn't just run up to someone and whisper sweet nothings. You glided past. You left a glove on a bench. You bumped shoulders by mistake during the pavane. It was like courtship underwater. Everything slower, muffled, and slightly distorted. What's more, masks gave noble women a rare space to act without immediate consequence. Hidden behind a mask, they could tease, question, even challenge, all while maintaining the fiction that it was just play. Some letters suggest that these fleeting moments gave noblewomen a brief taste of agency they rarely enjoyed elsewhere in public life. You step through the swirling dancers now. Harps pluck away in the corner. Candles shiver in their sconces. A figure in a fox mask passes you, fingers brushing yours in the softest of touches. Were they trying to tell you something? Or just finding their balance? You'll never know. That was the magic. It might sound strange now, but masquerades helped shape the idea of romantic anonymity, the thrill of the unknown. The entire masquerade genre in literature, from Shakespeare's masked balls to 18th century operas, owes a huge debt to these medieval costume parties. They were spaces of suspended rules, inverted hierarchies, and calculated risk. And always, they ended with a reveal, the unmasking at midnight. When the candles dimmed and the laughter grew just a little nervous, who were you really talking to? Who knew what? And who saw you slip away for that short walk in the moonlight? So, as you drift into your dreams tonight, picture yourself behind one of those masks, cloaked in silk and mischief, moving through a room where no one says exactly what they mean, but everyone somehow understands. In that space between truth and costume, noble secrets danced right alongside the minstrels. Now you find yourself climbing a spiral staircase. The stone steps are narrow, worn smooth in the middle from centuries of footsteps, some eager, some cautious, many carrying more than just feet. This is the part of the castle tourists rarely imagine, the in-between spaces, the blind spots, the architecture of secrets, because if you're going to sneak around, you'd better know the floor plan. Castles weren't just built for defense, they were also designed for dignity, display, and discretion. The nobleman's chamber was here, the lady's chamber there, and between them, a whole world of hidden passageways, alcoves, servant routes, and blind corners. If anyone could master the flow of foot traffic, it was a clever lover. Let's say you're a noblewoman, and you want to meet a certain knight after curfew. You can't stroll past the steward's quarters or walk the battlements without attracting attention, but you might know a narrow hallway used only by scullery boys, one that loops behind the great hall and ends near the chapel stairs. Coincidentally, the same stairs your knight uses for midnight prayer. Historians still argue whether these architectural quirks were intentionally designed for secrecy or simply a happy accident of feudal floor plans. But what's undeniable is that many castles evolved into labyrinths, not just of stone, but of social negotiation. there's a particularly odd example in a French chateau where one stairwell connected three different bedrooms, none of which shared a wall. Scholars suspect it was meant to allow access between rooms without crossing the corridor. Or, as one historian dryly noted, the building's layout encouraged interpersonal diplomacy. Some lords even had listening chambers, tiny niches behind walls or above doorways where servants could eavesdrop on guests. These were meant for political advantage. But more than one affair was uncovered by an overcurious steward with nothing better to do on a rainy Tuesday. You walk now through a side hallway, torchlight flickering on the damp stone. A tapestry shifts in the breeze, and behind it, a narrow gap in the wall, just wide enough for a person, just dark enough to keep their name out of court records. The term postern door may sound quaint, but in many castles, it was a lifeline, a small, often hidden exit used for emergencies or other kinds of escapes. A lover leaving before dawn, a lady returning from an unapproved visit, a troubadour avoiding confrontation with a jealous husband. In one English castle, a small wooden door near the kitchens was so heavily trafficked at night that the cook began stacking pots in front of it for safety. What kind of safety? He never specified. But the crash of falling copper would give anyone second thoughts. It might sound funny now, but this dance through corridors and stairwells foreshadowed modern espionage tactics. It wasn't about brute strength. It was about knowing where people weren't looking, about timing, about silence. And silence was golden, literally. There are records of nobles bribing architects to add private passages during renovations. Just in case, they'd say. And if questioned, storage for herbs, because nothing screams innocence like emergency time. Even servants got in on the game. A trusted valet might cough twice if the hallway was clear. A chambermaid might leave a broom leaning against a particular door to mean wait. Over time, the castle itself became a kind of living script, its geography used like punctuation in a forbidden sentence. There's a tale from Denmark, possibly exaggerated, of a noblewoman who arranged an entire floor plan just to orchestrate meetings with her lover. She requested new stair access for sunlight, moved her embroidery room beside a side tower, and conveniently positioned her morning devotions chamber directly beneath her night's guard post. The renovations took 6 months. The affair, 3 years. The marriage, still legally intact. You come to a landing now, out of breath from the climb. Before you, 2 doors. One leads to the guest wing, the other, a servant's nook. But if you press the wall between them, right there, behind the faded crest, you'll find a gap, a half-hidden passage. No one's used it in centuries, but the dust has a story. Someone once passed this way in velvet slippers, heart pounding like cathedral bells, hoping no one heard. And now you've heard it too. So as you curl deeper into your blankets tonight, know this: for every grand chamber and great hall, there was a hallway where secrets slipped quietly through the night. The castle, that fortress of order and nobility, was also a web of chances. And for lovers with a map, or a good memory, its corners could be surprisingly generous. Now, the castle walls dissolve, and you find yourself moving not through stone corridors, but across open countryside. The earth is muddy beneath the hooves of dozens, sometimes hundreds, of horses. Trunks are being loaded, banners lowered. The court is on the move. This is the traveling court, one of the most peculiar, and for some, most convenient features of medieval noble life. Kings and queens didn't stay in one place. Their entire household, advisors, clerics, cooks, jesters, and all their nobles, migrated from castle to castle like an elaborate, overpacked camping trip. And every move offered new opportunities, especially for those with something to hide. It might sound funny now, but these constant relocations meant two very important things for would-be secret lovers. First, the usual routines were disrupted. Second, the usual watchers, the stewards, the chatty maids, the overly invested uncles, were distracted by logistics. Historians still argue whether court relocations were partly intended to diffuse intrigue, keep everyone moving, and maybe they'll behave better. But records suggest that some nobles used these moves to shake off suspicion, start fresh rumors, or even begin affairs entirely out of sight of their home castle's gossip circuit. Imagine it. You've arrived at a new estate. The rooms are unfamiliar, the guest lists scrambled, the seating charts yet to be carved in wood. For a few days, nobody quite knows who's supposed to be where. It's the perfect time to accidentally get lost looking for the stables and bump into someone who got lost the same way. There's a charmingly shady account from a 14th century French court that, while relocating to a hunting lodge, somehow lost 3 nobles for a full afternoon. When they returned, dusty, flushed, and unusually quiet, they claimed to have been studying terrain for royal landscaping. No one believed them. Everyone pretended to. Another bonus? Letter delivery became harder to track during these moves. Couriers were redirected, messages delayed. If someone intercepted a note, they often had no context for its meaning, or no idea where the sender had gone. A love letter found 3 days late might as well have been a leaf on the wind. It introduced a sort of plausible forgetfulness. Oh, that note? I never received it. Must have been lost between Dover and Winchester. And yet, with all this movement came risk. Changing sleeping arrangements could backfire. There's a case from Eleanor of Aquitaine's court where 2 sets of secret lovers were assigned neighboring chambers in a temporary royal residence. Q-cross signals, a wrong bedchamber door, and one truly uncomfortable breakfast the next morning. Still, nobles who knew how to navigate the traveling court had an edge. The shifting environment gave them cover. You could spend a full evening walking to find the kitchens, and no one would question it. Or leave a scarf on the 3rd-floor gallery railing and wait to see who picked it up, while everyone else was unpacking crossbows and wine casks. Some even developed systems. A traveling knight might change the embroidery on his cloak depending on his mood. One color meant safe to speak. Another meant wait until dusk. There's even mention of a noblewoman who kept 2 identical rings and would swap them daily depending on whether she was open to suitors or taking a break. Honestly, ahead of her time, it wasn't just lovers, either. The entire court used these relocations to reset reputations. Someone who'd been caught staring too long at someone else's spouse at the last estate might be forgiven once they helped organize a particularly lovely feast at the next. As if scandal had a shelf life. And the moving wagons reset the clock. You walk now beside a creaking ox cart, wheels thick with mud. Inside are bolts of fabric, religious icons, a slightly disoriented dog, and somewhere, tucked in a velvet pouch, a folded piece of parchment, scented faintly with rosemary. No one notices you slip it from your glove. No one sees you drop it gently into the folds of a waiting saddlebag. The recipient, riding 4 horses ahead, smiling faintly. The court moves like a living creature, long, slow, dramatic, and within it, a million tiny stories weave in and out of the dust trail it leaves behind. Affairs that begin and end before the next border. Glances that echo louder than trumpets. So as you shift in your blankets tonight, let your thoughts ride with the court's wagons, across hills, through woods, into towns that blink once and forget you. Because on the road, every whisper is quieter, every mistake forgivable, and every romance just another shadow passing through. The dust of the road fades now, and you find yourself in a place altogether quieter. Stone walls, candlelight, and a silence so complete you can hear your own breath. You're in a cloister. Arched windows let in the pale blue of morning, and the garden outside is perfectly still. This is a monastery, or perhaps a convent, a place of solemn vows and pious lives, or so the stories go. But you know better now, because even holy walls could barely hold in the stirrings of the human heart. And if you think religious retreats were free of romantic intrigue, you've clearly never read a nun's marginal notes. Monasteries and convents were supposed to be places of seclusion, where nobles could retreat from the world, whether for spiritual reflection or social exile. But for some, they were a perfect cover for complicated romances. Imagine you're a noblewoman, caught in a political marriage gone sour, or a love affair a little too close to discovery. You take the veil and retire to a convent, to pray, of course, to find peace, but also to be left alone. And if the local priest happens to stop by more often than necessary, well, that's between you and your confessor. Historians still argue whether religious houses functioned as spiritual sanctuaries or thinly veiled country clubs for noble drama. And the answer, as always, is both. There's an account from a 15th century abbey in northern Spain where 2 nuns were discovered exchanging letters with knights stationed nearby. The notes were passed via a cooperative lay sister who delivered loaves of bread into the town each week. Inside the loaves, messages, and occasionally a pressed flower, truly the original sandwich note. Of course, not all monasteries were lax. Some were rigid, supervised, and deeply sincere in their religious discipline. But others, especially the wealthier ones, sponsored by noble families, enjoyed certain leniencies. A visiting monk might arrive with news from home and somehow stay for 3 days. A nun's chamber might have a second door, and there are entire inventories listing makeup, perfume, and imported silk slippers among convent supplies. You walk now through a scriptorium, the air thick with ink and quiet focus. A young monk copies a Latin text, glancing occasionally out the window at the herb garden. Across the way, a novice tends to the basil plants, humming softly. Their eyes never meet, but every Tuesday at the same time. This is their arrangement. Is it holy? Maybe. Is it human? Absolutely. It might sound funny now, but these cloisters, designed to be places of withdrawal, became the stage for some of the most intricate emotional performances of the medieval world. The very isolation meant that small gestures held great weight. A shared glance during Vespers could linger in the mind for weeks. A borrowed book might contain an extra page, handwritten and hidden. One of the most curious records comes from an English priory, where a young monk and an older nun supposedly conducted a years-long romance by tucking letters inside hollowed-out candles sent for feast days. The plot unraveled only when one candle melted too quickly, revealing something far spicier than a wick. And then there were those who were sent to religious houses against their will. Daughters deemed too curious, sons who had embarrassed the family, former lovers whose presence caused tension at court. For these nobles, the religious retreat wasn't about escape. It was exile. But even then, some managed to keep threads of their former lives alive. You step into the convent library now. Shelves curve along the walls, filled with religious texts, but also romances, poetry, herbals, some handwritten, some borrowed, all read closely. One book in particular lies open on a desk. A passage underlined in faded ink reads, "Love, though veiled, still sings beneath the robe." A quote? A confession? No one knows. What we do know is that human nature rarely fits neatly into vows. The heart doesn't care about cloisters. And while many found deep peace and purpose within religious life, others found ways to complicate it. Even the architecture played along. Some abbeys had enclosed walkways, cloisters designed to give privacy. Others had gardens, private chapels, even guest quarters for visiting patrons. And in those soft, quiet spaces, the difference between prayer and longing could blur. So as you rest now, think of those dim cloisters, the cool stone underfoot, the soft chant of evening prayers, and somewhere, hidden in the curve of a stair or the fold of a robe, a tiny secret wrapped in faith and longing. Because even behind monastery walls, even beneath vows and veils, the dance of the heart found ways to continue. Gently, quietly, almost devoutly. The echo of distant chanting fades. And now you're in a dim chamber lit by a single flickering candle. The windows are shuttered. The floor creaks under bare feet. A woman paces. Her hands are clasped over her stomach, and in her eyes, a storm, panic, doubt, and decision. Because sometimes, despite the secrecy, the soft touches in gardens, the masked glances at tournaments, something would go, unexpected. A noble woman would realize she was late. Not for a feast, not for a confession, but late in a way that couldn't be explained away by a headache or a particularly long embroidery session. And now, you're entering one of the most precarious spaces of medieval noble life. What to do when a secret affair left a physical mark? Pregnancy among noble women was always a public event, unless it wasn't supposed to happen. And when it did, the stakes were unimaginably high. If the noblewoman was unmarried, she risked social ruin. If she was married, and the father wasn't her husband, well, that was treasonous. Literally. In many courts, birthing an illegitimate heir could be considered a crime against the crown. Let that sink in. Your morning sickness might be interpreted as political sabotage. Historians still argue how common these hidden pregnancies were. But one thing's certain: medieval medical records and household logs are full of suspiciously quiet illnesses, followed by the sudden appearance of a distant cousin's child, who conveniently looked a lot like the Duke's falconer. What did they do? Some hid it. With the help of loyal maids and midwives, pregnancies were cloaked under layers of fabric and stories. A noblewoman might retire due to a spiritual calling, or claim she had female complaints that required bed rest. The truth? She was counting the days and planning her next move between spoonfuls of broth and tightly drawn curtains. Some, sadly, turned to early forms of abortion, dangerous, painful, often based on herbs and folk remedies, pennyroyal, mugwort, wild carrot, all whispered of in kitchens, all carrying as much risk as they did hope. Records describe quiet teas and night drafts taken under the supervision of women who had learned to say nothing. It might sound horrifying now, but in a world where one misstep could destroy your name, these were acts of desperation, not cruelty. They were choices made in shadow, with consequences held like breath. Others gave birth and passed the child off. It was shockingly common for noble families to adopt mysterious infants, always with a paper-thin cover story. This is my brother's son from his journey to Hungary. A loyal servant died, and we took her child in. Convenient, isn't it? Especially when the child inherited their mother's exact nose and the exact color of the steward's eyes. There's a strange, tender account from Florence where a noblewoman, after years of silence, confessed in her will that the maid she had raised as a daughter actually was her daughter. The father, listed only as a knight of great virtue, now at rest. The story ended peacefully, but how many others didn't? Some noblemen took steps to prevent pregnancy altogether. They traveled with apothecaries who prepared herbal blends meant to cool the humors. Others believed in talismans, tiny amulets worn beneath tunics to block conception. It didn't work, of course, but in the middle of a dimly lit chamber, with hearts racing and logic scattered, superstition offered comfort. It might sound funny now, but these fumbling attempts at prevention and concealment foreshadowed modern debates around bodily autonomy, shame, and control. The tools were primitive, the consequences sharp, but the emotional terrain, very familiar. You find yourself now in a castle's herb room. Dried bundles hang from the rafters. Mint, sage, rosemary, rue. A heavy book lies open on a wooden table, its pages stained from years of use. One entry reads, "For a lady troubled by heaviness of the womb, boil fenugreek and willow bark." It doesn't say who wrote it. It doesn't need to. The women who move through these spaces, maids, midwives, widows, knew more than they let on. They passed knowledge quietly, through gesture and whispered recipes. And often, they protected those who had no one else to turn to. In one record from Brabant, a noblewoman's entire estate was left to her midwife, who had served her faithfully and without judgment. The implication is clear, that midwife kept more than just secrets. She kept her lady alive. And through all of this, the noble lovers carried on. Because love and lust rarely bowed to reason, they moved in secret, danced at masques, lingered in gardens, and sometimes faced the price in tears and sleepless nights. So, as you lie there now, breath steady and still, think of the women who walked silently through candlelit chambers, holding secrets beneath their ribs. They carried more than emotion. They carried risk, and in a world built to watch them, they found ways to disappear, just long enough to protect what they could. The chamber darkens behind you, and you now step into a softly lit gallery, its walls lined not with weapons or banners, but with paintings, delicate miniatures, vivid tapestries, poems penned in careful script and pinned beneath wax seals. This isn't the battlefield or the ballroom. This is the art room, the confession space of the cultured noble, because when affairs couldn't be spoken aloud or risked too much to be written directly, there was always metaphor. Art became the whisper beneath the noise. You're standing before a painting now, a garden scene, perhaps. A lady offering an apple to a stag. Harmless? Perhaps. Unless you knew that the lady in the painting bore the exact same hairstyle as the duchess who commissioned it, and that the stag was her pet name for a visiting count. The painter? Paid well, and paid to keep quiet. Visual art was, in a sense, a safer way to leave a record of something too delicate for words. A nobleman might commission a tapestry that depicted a legendary romance. Tristan and Isolde, say, knowing full well the lady receiving it would recognize the resemblance, but if questioned, he could always shrug. A gift for aesthetic purposes? Historians still argue how intentional these coded symbols were. Did every hawk mean passion? Every white lily mean chastity with a wink? Maybe not. But in courts, where everything was layered with performance, even the smallest artistic gesture could carry volumes. And not just in images. Poetry, too, had its place in the lover's toolkit. A nobleman might write a sonnet and circulate it at court. On the surface, it praises virtue. But between the lines, veiled longing, double meanings, carefully placed rhymes that, when read diagonally or out loud with emphasis, meant something very different. It might sound funny now, but this trickery laid the groundwork for centuries of literary subtext. Today's pop song with a double entendre, direct descendant of a troubadour's serenade under a suspiciously open window. And the beauty of it all? Plausible deniability. A poem could be about no one in particular. A song merely traditional. A painting just an allegory. Unless, of course, you knew about that glove left under the easel, or that particular dog in the corner, small, brown, identical to the one always by the Baroness's side. You walk now beside a scribe's desk. There's parchment, a stick of sealing wax, and a poem scratched in haste. It reads, "She walks between the hawthorn hedges, unseen by those who cannot love. But to the eye who knows the shape of wind, she sings." Is it about a saint, a mother, or the lady who shared his wine in his chamber 2 nights ago? The genius is in the ambiguity. Some courts even developed a shared language of symbols. In Burgundy, placing a particular flower, say a red carnation, into a prayer book before returning it meant, "I forgive you." A sprig of yarrow meant, "Not tonight." One very dramatic noblewoman once returned a love poem folded into the shape of a fish, which apparently meant, "I am drowning in your affection." Or possibly just, "Your writing smells fishy." Hard to say, but there were risks. Artistic flirtation could be intercepted just as easily as a letter. One Florentine painter nearly lost his hands when a bishop misinterpreted a fresco detail as mockery. And a certain court composer in Castile was exiled after a madrigal he wrote was accidentally performed at a feast, revealing a rather detailed metaphor involving pears and locked garden gates. And still they created, because for many, art was the only outlet. A place-to-place longing when a touch was forbidden. A way to say, "I see you," in a world built on silence. Even clothing became art as signal. A noblewoman might commission a gown embroidered with pomegranates, symbol of fertility and temptation. A knight might embroider initials on the underside of his doublet, where no one but one person might see them. Buttons, colors, patterns, all carefully chosen, all deniable. You pause before a tapestry now. It shows a hunt, but one stag breaks away from the others, chased by a lady with no bow, just a ribbon in her hand. She smiles. You smile. And as the candlelight flickers low, you realize this whole castle has been telling stories, not with voices, but with brushstrokes, thread, rhyme. Each piece of art, a quiet confession. Each one a mirror for someone who knew where to look. So as you drift now, let your mind wander through those galleries, past paintings that saw too much, verses that meant more than they said, and lovers who said everything without ever speaking a word. Now you step into a sunlit chamber, but the warmth in the air feels deceptive. Tension hums beneath the surface. There's a woman in the center of it all, seated like a queen, though her crown tonight is sarcasm, and her throne is a very expensive velvet chair. You've entered the court of Aquitaine. And today's story, it's not a metaphor, or a painting, or a poem. It's scandal, real, historical, and exquisitely inconvenient. Her name is Eleanor. You've probably heard of her. Queen of France, then Queen of England, Mother of Kings. But before she was royalty, she was Duchess of Aquitaine, one of the richest, most powerful women in medieval Europe. And while her official biography is all pageantry and politics, buried in the footnotes are the tangled threads of a noblewoman who knew exactly how to manipulate her image and protect her secrets. This was the woman who rode to court with her own troubadours, who held salons in Poitiers where love and philosophy mixed like wine and rumor, and who once led a group of ladies-in-waiting dressed as Amazons on a mock military parade. Eleanor wasn't playing the game. She was rewriting it. But even she couldn't prevent scandal from slipping through the cracks. The story goes that during her time as Queen of France, Eleanor fell in love, not with a knight or bard, but with the idea of being seen, of being adored. Her marriage to Louis VII was strained. He was devout, serious, and deeply awkward. She was witty, worldly, and bored out of her magnificent mind. Historians still argue whether Eleanor actually had an affair during the Second Crusade. The most whispered name? Her uncle, Raymond of Poitiers, the dashing Prince of Antioch. There's nothing conclusive, but the facts are suggestive. She spent a suspicious amount of time with him, refused to leave his side, and allegedly proposed staying behind when the Crusaders moved on. The church was not amused. Neither was Louis. When they returned to France, their marriage was already in ruins. The annulment came soon after, officially for consanguinity. But let's be real, nobody buys that. Rumors of inappropriate affections, veiled glances, and private meetings had already swirled into a storm. And Eleanor? She didn't retreat. She remarried within months, this time to Henry Plantagenet, the future Henry II of England. 10 children followed. Also, at least one affair, probably 2, and a full-on rebellion against her husband later in life. Because Eleanor didn't do quiet. It might sound funny now, but Eleanor's life became a kind of model for how noblewomen could maintain control, even amid scandal. She turned every accusation into myth. She walked the line between power and danger with such grace that even centuries later, historians can't quite agree whether she was a victim of gossip or its greatest puppeteer. But she wasn't alone. At her court in Poitiers, Eleanor cultivated a group of ladies and poets who crafted the rules of courtly love, a deliberately artificial structure where noble romance could exist without, supposedly, breaking the rules. It created just enough distance to keep things poetic, and just enough structure to hide what was really going on. One particularly juicy tale involves a visiting knight who competed in a poetry contest held in Eleanor's court. His verses were beautiful, mysteriously beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that a certain lady at court fainted when they were read aloud. The reason? The knight had somehow gotten access to a poem she had written privately and repurposed it, whether as revenge or admiration, no one knows. But the fallout was delightfully dramatic. And through all this, Eleanor smiled. The scandal that rocked Aquitaine wasn't just one affair. It was the idea that someone could be so audacious, so visible, and yet so untouchable. Her secrets weren't hidden in gardens or cloisters. They were paraded in poems, echoed in songs, worn like perfume. She knew how to turn rumor into relevance. You walk now through a hall of portraits, some of them probably romanticized, their features exaggerated, their gazes a little too knowing. Eleanor's image, painted centuries after her death, shows a woman with a book in one hand and a falcon on the other, independent, educated, watchful. You get the feeling she could see through your thoughts in an instant. It might sound strange, but Eleanor teaches us something different about medieval romance. Not every affair was shameful. Some were strategic, some were performative, and some were so thoroughly woven into the identity of the noble involved that to deny them would be to erase the person entirely. So as you rest now, think of Eleanor, queen, duchess, mother, rebel, maybe lover, not perfect, not pious, but powerful in her own, maddeningly brilliant way. And remember, not all secrets are whispered. Some ride in broad daylight, crowned and smiling. The light in the hallway shifts again, warmer now, more golden, but with a sharp edge. You hear metal clinking, distant footsteps in boots, and the low, unmistakable rhythm of two men pacing in a circle. You've stepped into a courtyard at dawn, and something is about to go very wrong. Because sometimes, secret affairs didn't stay secret. And when they surfaced, they left behind more than poems and rumors. Sometimes, they drew blood. Welcome to the nobleman's duel. Affairs of the heart often became affairs of honor, especially when the husband found out, or suspected, or was simply bored and wanted to remind everyone how sharp his sword was. A whispered rumor in the wrong ear, a letter intercepted by a jealous steward, a poet who got too clever with metaphors. And suddenly, it's not just a scandal, it's a challenge. You stand off to the side now, behind a hedge, watching two men face each other in doublets and leather gloves. There's a judge with a handkerchief, 2 seconds with crossed arms, and one very pale onlooker who's probably the reason this is happening in the first place. Duels over honor were rarely about truth. They were about narrative. The moment the accusation became public, someone had to restore face. Whether the affair had actually happened? Irrelevant. The mere idea was enough to send steel sliding from its scabbard. Historians still argue whether most of these duels were genuine attempts at justice or just theater. Many were staged. Draw a little blood. Let both sides claim dignity, and call it a day. But others, deadly serious. One especially infamous case comes from 14th century Normandy. A nobleman challenged his wife's rumored lover to a duel on horseback. It ended with the accused disemboweled in front of a crowd. The wife? Sent to a convent, her guilt or innocence never really addressed. The scandal? Immortalized in a tapestry. Tasteful. But the duels weren't always about male rage. Sometimes, noble women engineered them, quietly. A jealous mistress might nudge two rivals into conflict to eliminate one without lifting a finger. A clever wife might allow her husband to duel a suitor she was no longer interested in. Very convenient. And then there were duels that weren't sanctioned. Illicit, early morning affairs in the woods. No witnesses, no judges, just two angry nobles and one very frightened valet holding everyone's cloaks. These unsanctioned duels were riskier, but also more personal. No rules, no honor codes, just unresolved tension in doublet form. You might think, couldn't they just talk it out? But this was the Middle Ages. Talking wasn't exactly the noble method of conflict resolution. And besides, emotions were expensive. Your reputation was your currency. If someone insulted your wife, even by implication, you had to respond. Otherwise, people might think you didn't care, and that was far more dangerous. It might sound funny now, but these duels helped reinforce the very structures they claimed to challenge. A nobleman might risk his life to defend a woman's honor, even if she had no say in the matter. The duel wasn't for her. It was for status, for performance, for the court's whispered approval. And if you think that sounds dramatic, well, it was. One chronicler wrote of a duel where two noblemen agreed to fight using only left hands because they were both known for swordplay with the right. The duel lasted nearly an hour, both of them slipping, cursing, sweating like mad. The cause? A badly written poem and a too friendly glance over a chessboard. Not all duels ended in violence. Some ended in exile. The loser might be forced to leave court, travel abroad, or enter the clergy voluntarily. Others ended in silence. A cold shoulder from the king, a mysteriously canceled engagement, a family estate reassigned to a distant cousin. You walk now past the training yard. The grass is trampled. A glove lies in the dirt. Someone will pick it up later and mutter about nobles and their theatrics. The moment has passed, but the air still buzzes with what was almost said aloud. And what about the women caught in the middle? Some were devastated, others furious. A few, more than you'd think, were flattered. In a world where women had little public power, to be the reason two men drew swords could feel intoxicating. One noblewoman in Venice wrote in her diary that she felt exalted, like Helen of Troy, but without the ships. Modest. It's important to remember, though, not every duel was romantic. Many were tragic. The costs were high, lives lost, families divided, and sometimes the original romance was forgotten entirely, overshadowed by the spectacle of vengeance. So as you lay still now, heart soft, let the echo of those footsteps fade. The duel is over. The dust settles. Someone wins. Someone bleeds. But the real story, like so many in this castle, isn't the fight. It's what led to it. A glance, a note, a secret that wasn't quite secret enough. The echoes of clashing swords recede behind you, fading into quieter, yet far more dangerous territory. You're in a chamber now, lined with velvet drapes and soft-spoken diplomats. A servant pours wine from a silver jug. An envoy from a foreign court reclines in a high-backed chair, smiling a little too politely, and beside him, a noble woman whose gaze lingers just a second too long. This isn't courtly love anymore. This is espionage. Because sometimes, noble affairs weren't just romantic entanglements. They were political weapons. And when passions crossed borders, secrets followed. You see, in the highly stratified chessboard of medieval Europe, romantic affairs weren't always private business. Sometimes they were leveraged, twisted, turned into leverage, or even blackmail. And when foreign courts got involved, those flirtations could bloom into full-blown international incidents. Historians still argue whether some noble affairs were genuine or orchestrated from the start. Was that charming ambassador really enamored with the Baroness? Or was he sent to extract information about troop movements while complimenting her embroidery? The answer often depended on who was writing the chronicle and whether they survived long enough to finish it. One case from 15th century Bohemia tells of a nobleman's wife who fell in love with a visiting Venetian envoy. Their letters, smuggled in hollow wax candles, yes, again with the candles, included not just poetry, but information about border fortifications and military plans. When the affair was discovered, she claimed she had no idea he was reading her notes, which is either a lie or the most adorable display of compartmentalized thinking in medieval history. But even more common than espionage was blackmail. A nobleman with a known affair could be coerced, threatened. Support this treaty. Or we mention the hunting lodge incident in Gascony. There's a case from the Burgundian court where a bishop used knowledge of a countess's indiscretions to pressure her husband into funding a cathedral. Holy manipulation at its finest. Foreign courts loved this. It wasn't just about land or armies anymore. It was about information. Who was sleeping with whom? Who had something to lose? Who might say too much in a moment of pillow-soft vulnerability? And it wasn't just men. Noble women, too, were sometimes deployed as charming distractions. In Aragon, records hint that a royal cousin was encouraged to become close with a foreign prince during negotiations, with the understanding that her company might be more persuasive than parchment. The official documents describe her efforts as diplomatically fruitful. The unofficial ones probably had more colorful adjectives. It might sound funny now, but these intimate connections often did more to shift alliances than armies. One heartfelt promise whispered after a masquerade could sway a duke. One exposed love letter could cancel a treaty. The power of the bedroom, it turns out, was rivaled only by the treasury. You wander now through the castle's solar, where maps and chessboards sit side by side. A servant folds a letter, carefully seals it, and slides it into a pouch bearing the crest of another kingdom. He walks past you briskly. You don't ask what's in the note. You already know. And what about those caught in the middle? Some didn't even realize they were pawns. A nobleman might think himself adored, when really, his lover had been sent by the queen to keep tabs on him. A lady might fall for a wandering knight, only to learn he was the illegitimate son of the rival duchy's steward. The betrayal stung, but often it was the sense of being used that hurt the most. In one grimly poetic example, a noblewoman in Saxony kept a carved wooden box full of love tokens from a foreign envoy. Ribbons, scraps of poems, pressed flowers. After he vanished from court, rumored to have been caught spying, she burned the box, not in rage, but in ceremony. If the words were lies, she wrote in her diary, then the ashes should be mine to mourn. And sometimes, both sides were in on it. There are rare but tantalizing records of affairs where both lovers knew they were being used and decided to enjoy it anyway. They shared secrets carefully, keeping each other entertained while slowly circling the information they really wanted. Emotional fencing, dressed in lace. You hear a rustle now. Someone is closing the heavy drapes in the chamber. Privacy. Shadows fall across the room like the hush after a lie. The air feels thicker, less romantic, more calculating. Because love and power are rarely cleanly separated, especially in a castle, especially across borders. So tonight, as you sink deeper into your blankets, remember the lovers whose kisses came with questions, whose meetings were orchestrated not by Cupid, but by kings, who whispered sweet nothings, and then memorized the placement of every guard post on the way out. Now, the cold gleam of espionage fades behind you, and the world softens, just a little. You're walking through a private chamber again, but this one feels different, quieter, smarter. There's a sense of order here, of someone who's 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the building. You're in the presence of a woman who's been underestimated her entire life, and she likes it that way, because not all noble women were helpless victims or love-struck dreamers. Some, quietly, methodically, outsmarted everyone. You see, for every affair conducted in secrecy, there was at least one woman who orchestrated the entire thing from the shadows, not just to find romance or escape boredom, but to survive, to win, to maneuver a world that rarely gave her choices by inventing her own. Take, for example, the Countess of Champagne, Marie, a brilliant patron of literature and daughter of Eleanor of Aquitaine. She hosted poets and thinkers, wrote letters filled with veiled political commentary, and according to several accounts, conducted at least one discreet love affair with a visiting scholar, who promptly stopped writing poetry once he was sent back home early. Coincidence? Probably not. Historians still argue how much power these women actually had versus how much they appeared to wield. But one thing is clear. Noble women were never just passive players. Some were strategists, skilled at turning court gossip into leverage, rearranging marriage alliances like chess pieces, and steering their husbands with flattery, tears, or quiet threats whispered behind closed doors. And when it came to affairs, oh, they played the long game. One particularly clever duchess in Austria arranged to have her cousin, who also happened to be her lover, appointed as her confessor. The disguise lasted nearly a decade. In public, they prayed together. In private, well, let's just say their spiritual retreats were well attended. She even hosted moral reform lectures for other noble women while sipping wine mixed with rosemary and listening to love poems written by God. Then there was the Marchesa of Ferrara, who left behind a series of perfectly mundane letters to her steward, instructing him on estate management. Hidden between the lines, a cipher, subtle enough that it took modern scholars 2 centuries to crack it. The decoded message? Directions to a secret meeting place, cleverly timed with her husband's hunting schedule. It might sound funny now, but this mastery of deception foreshadowed the kind of emotional intelligence modern diplomacy requires. These women knew how to listen, how to read a room, how to manipulate, without leaving fingerprints. And some of them didn't just survive scandal. They built careers out of it. One noblewoman in 13th century Brittany famously seduced a visiting count, was discovered, forgiven, then promptly married him again after her first husband died. She went on to manage his estate, broker treaties, and become one of the region's most respected landowners. Local clergy called her too clever by half. She reportedly loved that. Of course, not every woman had access to these tools. Class mattered, literacy mattered, connections mattered. But for those who could navigate the treacherous terrain of noble life with grace and calculation, affairs weren't just indulgences. They were weapons, shields, escape hatches. You pause now in this imagined chamber, running your hand along a finely carved writing desk. In one drawer, cosmetics, neatly stored. In the next, 2 letters. One with a lover's crest, the other a tax report. You wouldn't think they were connected, but to her, they were part of the same game. And the servants knew. They always did. But the clever noblewoman didn't fear them. She rewarded them, bought their loyalty, shared stories, made sure they knew that her survival meant theirs too. There's a smile to these women, even in the dusty pages of old ledgers, a sly turn of phrase, a suspiciously generous donation to a convent just after a visiting knight left suddenly due to illness, a subtle choice of colors in a gown worn to a feast hosted by her husband's political rival. And yes, sometimes they lost. Secrets slipped, scandals broke, a wrong guess, a jealous page, a hidden door that wasn't quite hidden enough. But even then, the clever ones found a way to spin it. Tears, illness, divine visions. The court loved a dramatic woman, especially if she cried at just the right moment. So, as you settle deeper under your blanket, picture these women not as romantic figures in flowing gowns, but as chess masters in silk, moving pieces, faking losses, biding time. Because while the world watched the kings and knights, the real game often played out in quieter rooms. Rooms like this one, with drapes pulled closed and minds spinning faster than any sword. The drapes in that clever chamber fall behind you now, and you're walking into the bright, sterile light of the law. But don't worry. This courtroom doesn't echo with gavel bangs or high-stakes objections. It hums with parchment, muttered prayers, and laws that were less about justice and more about looking the other way. You've entered the complicated world of medieval adultery laws, and if you're hoping for consistency, you might want to sit down. Because here's the truth. The rules were clear, but the enforcement was anything but. In many medieval regions, adultery was technically a crime, especially for women. In canon law, it was a sin. In feudal law, it was a transgression against family honor. In royal courts, it was occasionally considered an act of treason if, say, the woman in question was the queen, and the child born of the affair might interfere with succession. But how these laws were actually enforced, that depended on your gender, your title, your usefulness, and most importantly, your discretion. Let's start with the basics. A noblewoman caught in adultery could, in theory, face serious punishment, imprisonment, disfigurement, exile, even death in extreme cases. But that caught part? It was slippery, because to prosecute someone, you needed proof. And when everyone was invested in keeping things quiet, proof was very hard to come by. One famously murky case comes from 12th century England, where a countess was accused, publicly, by a rival family of carrying on with a court musician. Her husband's reaction? He increased her dowry. Either he didn't believe the rumor, or he didn't care. Or he cared very much and didn't want it discussed in front of the king. Historians still argue whether laws like this were ever meant to be followed to the letter, or whether they functioned more as tools of control, used when convenient, ignored when awkward. For noblemen, of course, the rules were laughably loose. A married lord could keep mistresses, visit brothels, or even father children outside of marriage with barely a whisper of consequence. The phrase, boys will be boys, had medieval cousins like, a lord's appetite is between him and God, and a lady must be his virtue when he cannot. Yes, that's real. But noble women? They were supposed to uphold lineage. Her virtue was considered public property, protected and prized, not for her sake, but for the clarity of inheritance. If her child could not be confirmed as her husband's heir, the very foundation of noble power, land, legacy, bloodline, was at risk. It might sound funny now, but this fixation on legitimacy shaped everything from fashion, modesty equals piety, to architecture, windowless chambers for quiet reflection, to childbirth rituals. Noble women gave birth in the presence of witnesses, not because they needed help, but because everyone needed to confirm that no baby swap had taken place. And still, affairs happen, because rules, however harsh, cannot suppress human desire, especially when the rules were so obviously selective. So how did they get away with it? Denial, distraction, power plays. A lady accused might burst into tears, demand to be allowed to take holy vows, or accuse her accuser of slander, an offense taken very seriously. In some courts, accusing a noble woman of adultery without ironclad proof was punishable by imprisonment. So people learned to hint, suggest, whisper, never declare. One noble woman in Hungary turned the tables so effectively that when her husband tried to accuse her, she claimed divine inspiration had caused her to glow with joy in the arms of her confessor. Her husband was advised to pray harder. She kept her estate. And the church? Oh, the church was deeply involved, but inconsistently. Confessors sometimes served as protectors, sometimes as informants. An affair confessed during penance might be forgiven, or, if the priest didn't like you, it might be passed along to your enemies for moral correction. You're standing now in a dusty archive. Scrolls curl under their own age. One is labeled adultery, proven and unproven. Accounts 1300, 1400. You open it carefully. The first case ends with the woman banished. The second, with the man promoted. The third, matter settled privately with dowry adjustment. You close the scroll. Because in truth, the law didn't care about fairness. It cared about stability. If punishing a noblewoman's affair would spark a feud, or disrupt an alliance, or embarrass someone more powerful than her, then it didn't happen. If a nobleman's affair produced a child who became inconvenient, suddenly, the law cared again. Selective morality, wrapped in parchment. And so, noble society became a performance. Everyone played their roles. Virtue in public, complexity in private. The law loomed overhead, but more like a chandelier, dangerous if it fell, but mostly just decoration. So as you drift into the stillness now, think of all those quiet negotiations between what the law said and what the heart risked, between punishment and privilege, between truth and survival. Because in the end, the law in a noble court wasn't blind. It just wore a very expensive mask. The chamber of laws dims behind you, and now the castle seems quieter, older. Dust motes swirl in the morning light. You're no longer in the middle of a scandal, a duel, or a midnight rendezvous. You're walking the quiet gallery of what remains, centuries later, when everyone involved is long gone. These were the secrets they carried, or thought they did. In every room you've wandered, tapestried salons, herb-scented bedchambers, candlelit gardens. Nobles once whispered names that never made it into the official chronicles, but you felt them in the air. In the too careful poems, the wardrobe changes, the sudden absences, and the tiny gestures only two people in a room were meant to understand. Some were never discovered. Some were discovered but never discussed. And some became legend. Historians still argue how many of these affairs actually happened, and how many were projections, wished into being by courtiers desperate for gossip, or scribes trying to spice up dull reigns. But even when the facts are blurry, the emotions feel real, because the human longing for love, attention, and agency didn't skip the upper classes. If anything, it complicated them. A peasant might choose freely, but a noble was often chosen for. So when opportunity for desire appeared, however fleeting, it burned bright. Too bright to ignore, too bright to control. Even now, archivists still uncover new evidence. An unsigned letter hidden inside a devotional book. A ring buried in the garden foundation. A set of accounts with personal errands listed in suspicious repetition. Each one a clue. A heartbeat beneath the robes of formality. It might sound funny now, but noble affairs shaped dynasties. They sparked wars, formed alliances, inspired epics, and ruined reputations with the precision of a carefully flicked fan. They influenced architecture, fashion, even etiquette. Why do noble women carry gloves they never wear? Why must they never walk alone in gardens? Why is the guest wing so far from the family apartments? You know why. Now. But what's most haunting is how these stories endured, even when no one meant them to. A corner of a chamber that's always colder. A portrait that doesn't match the official lineage. A family motto that seems to wink a little too knowingly. The secrets didn't disappear. They were passed along, filtered through lullabies, servants' jokes, exaggerated hunting tales, and sometimes they made their way to us. You walk now through one last hallway, narrow, unassuming. A small door opens into a hidden alcove. Nothing inside but dust and the faint scent of beeswax, and yet you feel, unmistakably, that someone once waited here for a knock, for a whisper, for a chance to be wanted without consequence. These centuries of secrets weren't just about passion. They were about escape, strategy, connection, and sometimes about rewriting a life that felt trapped in silk and ceremony. So tonight, as you lie there, letting your mind settle into soft shadows and distant music, know this: every stone you passed in that imaginary castle was warmed, once, by someone's hidden hope. A nobleman sighing at the stars, a lady pacing by a window, a servant standing guard, humming to mask the sounds behind a locked door. They were imperfect, clever, vulnerable, so much like us. Now that the last candle has guttered out and the echoes have fallen quiet, Feel the walls around you settle into calm. The weight of history, with all its tangled loves and whispered names, begins to lift. You're safe here, tucked into soft blankets and distant thoughts, far from the drafty corridors and perfumed courtyards of long ago. Let your breath slow with the gentle rhythm of a page being turned, another chapter closed, another secret safely tucked into its hiding place. All that intrigue, the coded letters, the glances in gardens, the footsteps in secret passages, has faded into the hush of memory. You don't need to untangle it now. Let the puzzles go unfinished. Let the faces blur into soft silhouettes. You might still hear the faint rustle of skirts or the clink of a goblet in some far corner of your mind. But even those will quiet soon. Let them fade, like a dream that dissolves with the sunrise. Nothing is asked of you now. There are no rumors here, no watchers at the door, no letters to conceal or truths to protect. Only rest, only stillness. Let your limbs grow heavy. Let your breathing deepen. The secrets can wait, and the castle, with all its whispered stories and candlelit games, will keep them safe until you're ready to return. Sleep well.